The American Karate Association President, Vice President, and Event Directors, John Sharkey and Hunter Lyon, would like to welcome you to Chicago and the 2022 AKA Warrior Cup Finals. I'm Mike Chatt, and I'll be your host for tonight's event. Tonight's competition will feature the best athletes from this weekend's black belt competition in forms, weapons, point fighting, and team competition. Joining me tonight will be 7-time world champion, Mallory Woods.
Thank you, Mike. I am excited to be here.
Excited to have you. And 16-time world champion and seven-time American Warrior Cup winner, Jackson Rudolph.
Pleasure to be here, Mike. I can't wait.
It's going to be awesome. As the longest running martial arts event in North America, the Warrior Cup competition promises to be a night full of top-notch performances. Jackson, winning a Warrior Cup is one of the most prestigious awards in our sport. What can we expect to see on the stage tonight?
Forms and weapons competitors are going to kick it up to their highest levels. We're going to see all their upgrades and most difficult techniques. We're in for a treat tonight.
Can't wait. And Mallory, Avery and Morgan Plowden, the top 2 men and female fighting competitors, they were not in attendance this weekend. What can we expect to see?
Well, one thing, all the competitors know that these 2 brother and sister powerhouses are not here. So that means the lane is open for them to go for it and try to take their first or maybe second Warrior Cup.
Absolutely. It's anyone's game. I can't wait to see it. There's going to be a lot of great competition to look forward to tonight. We thank you for joining us, and at this time, we invite you to please stand and join us for our national anthem performed by Miss Teen Connecticut, Team AKA member, and Jackson's fiancée, the wonderful, talented Miss Gabrielle Dunn.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Jackson, we're back. It's finally happened. We're back at the 2022 AKA Warrior Cup.
Oh, I'm so excited to be here, Mallory. I mean, the AK Warrior Cup, one of the most prestigious events in sport karate, and we're going to see some of the best martial arts athletes in the world competing for these titles tonight.
You know, it's going to be a great competition. I can't wait to see, you know, what we mentioned before in the opening lineup, Avery Morgan Plowden not here. I'm looking forward to those fights.
Oh, yeah, the fighting lineup is going to be crazy. We've got some very exciting women's fights coming tonight, and then that men's Final Four is stacked with talent.
It's going to be an exciting night. What are we expecting as far as forms and weapons?
As I said in the opener, I mean, at the AK Warrior Cup, all of the forms and weapons competitors are going to be going for broke. We're going to see all their best upgrades, all those difficult techniques. Everybody here wants one of those Warrior Cups so bad. And as you mentioned in the opener, a lot of these competitors are going for their first or second Warrior Cup. So this isn't something that's commonplace. They're chasing their first title in many cases, and that's really exciting.
Are the nerves getting into the competitors tonight? When you were back there going for your Warrior Cup, what were you thinking?
Oh, there's nothing like it. I mean, sure, some nerves set in, but the most important thing is to focus on the opportunity that this is, to be on this stage and to have a shot at the coveted Warrior Cup. There's nothing like it. So by the time a competitor goes up on that stage, there's very little nerves left, and you're just excited and so honored to be in that position.
Well, we're fully active. We are streaming over Sport Martial Arts, Mad Action, Black Belt Magazine, our YouTube channel. We are ready, and we are looking for any of all comments. We'll be at live and ready to go.
I think it's time for Sideswipe.
And the judges for tonight's first competition division. Let's welcome to the stage. We've got Mike Sawyer. Let's give him a round of applause. Mohammed Jahanbash. Terry Kramer. Dennis Brown. Holly Ham. Will Jackson. And our very own Team AKA member, stunt double for Cobra Kai. Let's give it up for Craig Henningsen. The 2022 AKA Warrior Cup hosted competitors 5 to 75 years of age from around the world. In tonight's first competition, we will see Wasim Driddy and Michael Molina compete for the 13 and under boys overall weapons grand championship. Our first competitor representing Team Competitive Edge from San Antonio, Texas. Please welcome 9-year-old Michael Molina.
So it looks like we'll be getting a performance from Sideswipe later on in the show tonight. We're going to get things started with the competition right away as Michael Molina, one of the greatest young showmen in this sport, takes the stage.
You know, we got a chance to see him doing the virtual tour competition, and he's just improved every single time we have seen him.
And he's taken off right into it, release into the opening strike combo. There's a ton of difficulty in this routine as he hits the 360, and he's still going. Oh, threw a punch while that bow was in the air. Now onto the knees, mixing it up. One of the newest members of Team Competitive Edge goes for the cartwheel full right into the spear and nails it.
You know, the last time we saw him was at the 2021 Battle of Atlanta, his first time in the overall grands.
Getting set up for the big finish here. A few more strikes to show off those traditional martial arts techniques. Finger spin, horizontal into the 360 catch. Vertical zero gravity release. Another one going into his final move. Double spin with the catch. And Michael Molina with an electrifying end to his routine as this crowd here in Chicago is wide awake with the first performance of the evening.
I mean, what a way to start off. And this is the weapon of choice. This is the weapon that you're known from, Jackson. While we're just taking a look and see where our next competitor come up, could you explain what both sides means? You can't have it too big. You can't have it too small. What's the adjustment?
Well, a lot of times on camera, you don't really appreciate how big a bow can really be. I mean, that bow is as tall as he is, and he's doing all those crazy manipulations with that. It's one of the most difficult things about the weapon is its sheer size compared to some of the others, and it's incredible to see it manipulated in such a way. Now we will have a traditional bow performance from Wasim Driddy.
Now, besides the audience noticing there's no music playing, what is the difference between a traditional bow performance versus CMX?
Well, in this style of competition, you know, a lot of martial artists tuning in may not even recognize this as traditional because a lot of times people think of traditional as slower pace and forms that have been passed down for generations. But this is a routine that's a little bit more contemporary, but it consists of only traditional movements. You're not going to see any crazy tricks. You're going to see an emphasis on the basic striking, even though it's done at an increased speed, as well as those foundational stances. And this competitor is doing a great job of it so far.
If you are a fan of sport martial arts, you'll remember Michael Bernardo doing a fantastic bow routine so many years ago.
Yes, the father of modern bow. Really, he was the blueprint for the way that we see traditional bow routines performed today. And so in a way, it still is traditional. You go back, 30, 40 years to see some of those Bernardo routines.
And they're still as solid as they were then.
Absolutely. And a very powerful performance from Wasim Dridi, a new face on stage. We always love to see that at the beginning of a new season, like we always have at the AKA Warrior Cup.
I was talking to his father just a few minutes before competition began, and he was telling me that Wasim has been looking for a new challenge, and it was tricky.
No challenge like being on stage for the AKA Warrior Cup.
Absolutely.
You see some cheers from the crowd coming in as these competitors await their scores.
Now, how nerve-wracking is this when you're waiting for the judges to slowly type in those numbers or write the numbers down, depending on what scoring system you're using?
Oh, it used to be easier. I mean, they used to just write it down on a whiteboard and then we'd see it right away. But now, having the judges put everything on the computer, definitely 21st century, but it can be nerve-wracking for the competitors for sure. And I believe we hear a 69.87, if I heard that correctly, from Michael Molina.
Yes.
And the scores for Wasim Dridi, 69.92. And presenting our award for this evening are the promoters of the Battle of Atlanta, or promoter of the Battle of Atlanta, coming up June 16th to the 18th. Let's welcome Mr. Greg Ruth. All right. And the 13 and under boys overall weapons grand championship winner, and the winner, let's give it up for Wasim Dridi.
This grand championship, well, he will go back to Quebec, Canada with this grand championship. This is his first NASCA tournament. Not a bad way to start off.
Absolutely, and I mean, that is an incredible accomplishment. It's not very often that you see a competitor brand new to the North American Sport Karate Association make their way all the way through the divisions and find themselves in the finals of the AKA Warrior Cup, and he will now advance to the Junior Warrior Cup round, where he will compete against other grand champions for the coveted Warrior Cup.
You know, while we're talking about the Warrior Cup, let's do a little bit of Warrior Cup trivia. As I mentioned before, we are going to be looking at the comments that are coming in on the stream, no matter if it's on YouTube, Facebook, or wherever it's at. Who has the most Warrior Cups won? Who has won the most Warrior Cups? So that's a question out there. We're going to see if you guys know the answer to that. It's a little bit of a trick question, but I'll leave it out there. And after this performance, after this next division, we'll have the answer.
And now we are back to the action as we have the older sister of Michael Molina, who was just on stage. We have Cody Molina, another new addition to Team Competitive Edge, coached by yours truly, as well as Reed and Cole Presley. Now, Cody's a competitor that can switch it up. She can do a bow form, as she did when she won the ISK US Open title just last year, or we can see the kama form from Cody as she has chosen to come out with tonight.
Now, these kamas, as you mentioned, Cole Presley, he was known for his kama forms. How hard is it for a competitor to switch back and forth from a weapon like the bow to the kamas?
Oh, it's almost unheard of. I mean, in the modern era, we see an era of specialization. There's very few competitors that are able to do both. And Cody, she trains with me for her bow. She trains with Tyler and Riker Weaver for her kama skills. And so her ability to be able to do both these weapons at a high level, at a world championship level, is really unique, especially in this era. See a beautiful cartwheel flash kick to the corner. She's going to come back to the judges with a nice cut combination. And then one thing I love about Cody's style, she always brings back that basic kicking, showing off those foundational kicking skills. Originally a black belt in the American Taekwondo Association, and you see those Taekwondo skills represented in her form with those kicks.
It is about the weapon, but it's always about the basic martial arts. Always good to see some strong kicks in that form, as you mentioned.
And yet another musical performance brings the house down. This crowd is loving the musical performances tonight. And Cody delivered with that comma form. She was on fire.
Next to the stage, representing Team AKA from Brockton, Massachusetts. Please welcome 13-year-old Isabella Nikolai.
Now, we've seen Isabella a lot of times. We've actually seen her grow up in NASCAR competition. It's great to see her. She's continuing on advancing, and what are we going to see for her today?
Well, that's one of the cool things about this sport is that kids get into it when they're really young. As many people watching from home know, everybody tries martial arts when they're a kid, right? And so having the opportunity to watch some of these competitors grow up on the circuit is really special. And we've been able to watch that with Isabella. And then now we see Isabella choosing to use music for her traditional performance, a little bit of a change in strategy from what we saw in the previous division. And given the NASCAR overall Grand Championship format, you will see a lot of these junior divisions will pit traditionalists against those CMX or creative musical extreme style competitors in this epic battle between the tradition and the modern style of martial arts.
Where would you say you would fall on the side of that? Do you like traditional or do you like more modern?
Well, I mean, most people know me with Green Bow doing the more modern stuff, but I love competing in the traditional divisions as well. And I think that to be a great sport karate competitor, you have to love both, right? It's important to have that solid traditional foundation that you can show off in the traditional divisions, but if you go compete in one of the extreme divisions and you don't have good basic techniques, you're not going to get the respect from the judges.
Isabella Nikolai.
That's a great point, I believe. And these two ladies just, they're starting this off right.
Absolutely. Both of them world champions multiple times over. It'll be very interesting to see which direction the judges go this time.
And the scores for Cody Molina, 69.92.
A strong 69.92 for Cody Molina. Based on the last division, that could be a winning score.
That is correct. Let's see how the judges saw this one.
And the scores for Isabella Nikolai, 69.87.
As you pointed out, Jackson, very well scouted. Looks like that Cody's going to take this one home.
And that's one thing for those watching from home. When you're hearing these scores, that's because we have a 7-judge panel that's giving a score typically on that scale of 9.9 and then varying their score by 100th of a point. That's how close these divisions can be. And so that's why you see these scores right around a 70. If we do see a 70 tonight, which would be very surprising. You don't see a 70 come out very often, but that's why you're seeing the scoring the way that it's coming out. And Cody Molina, as the defending ISKA US Open champion with her bow, is now a Warrior Cup overall grand champion with her commas, and she will advance to the Warrior Cup final to maybe avenge her brother's loss here in a little bit.
That's correct. Why don't you go ahead and let us update everyone on our trivia question that we had talked about right before going into this division. Who has the most Warrior Cup wins?
It is none other than the great Ross Levine with 9 Warrior Cup titles, which is absolutely insane. He's got a couple of them with his bow as an all-time great bow competitor, and then the majority of his Warrior Cups come from what everybody knows and loves Ross for, which is his point fighting.
Absolutely true. He is, he's probably got a basement full of those things.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, he's been collecting them for years. I mean, Ross is one of the all-time great competitors, and he was a big inspiration for me as I was continuing to come back to the AK Warrior Cup and try to stack up those titles, and just couldn't quite get as many as Ross. But
well, up next, I believe we're going to our 14 to 17-year-old overall Grand Championship Girls Forums. Let's see. We'll go ahead and give a preview while we're waiting. Looks like we've got Avery Presley in this next division.
Yeah, Avery Presley, a member of the famous Presley family with Reed, Cole, Jake, all of her brothers. We're going to see Jake Presley on stage tonight as well. So we're excited to see her in this division.
Overall Grand Championship. Competing tonight will be Sofia Rodriguez Flores and Avery Presley. Our first competitor, representing Team Competitive Edge from Lebanon, Tennessee. Please welcome 14-year-old Avery Presley.
Now, as you mentioned before, she is from the karate famous Presley family. One of the, I do believe, the youngest, the baby, but making her mark in her own right. Now, you've competed with, really against, even though they were teammates of yours, all the Presley brothers. You know, when you're the youngest and you're coming last, you've got those big brothers to show you, give you inspiration and to, guide you along your, your sport karate career. I think that's a big advantage for Avery.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that that's why we've seen so much success amongst the Presley family, is that they're all able to help each other out. And I've trained with them before. A lot of people don't know this. I'm actually a black belt at their school under Jason Warren. And so seeing them all train together and make each other better, it's really special. Avery Presley, another competitor that we have seen grow up in this sport, quite literally.
You're exactly right about that. I actually saw her yesterday. I did not recognize her when I first saw her because she had such a growth spurt the time that we were away all of last year.
You see the 540 going down to the knee, little axe aerial. Right back into those foundational chop punch hand combinations. Flash kick going out into the pose. Now, Avery Presley trains for this division with none other than the great Marcel Jones.
Oh, okay. Now, there's a name for the Sports Karate Pass. Absolutely a flyer in himself with his aerial combinational kicks, his explosiveness. He set the stage on fire when he was playing.
A powerful finish there from Avery Presley.
To the stage, representing Team Infinity from Sunrise, Florida. Please welcome 14-year-old Sophia Rodriguez Flores.
And Avery's traditional counterpart for this division will be Sophia Rodriguez Flores of Team Infinity.
Now, this is another good brother and sister combination, as her brother also competes with her. They have a lot of exciting vlogs that they usually do from every tournament. So if you guys like to look them up online, they have a great perspective from a competitor from the time they arrive into how things work here. If you want to see a little bit of insight of karate tournament, it's definitely worth going and giving them a follow.
And I love the musical strategy that Sophia, or as many call her Pia, is using here tonight, using the very traditional sounding music to reflect the tradition that she's going to show off in her form. She trains out of the Kansekan Dojo in Miami under Robert Young, who trains Ariel Torres, the Olympic bronze medalist who came from the sport karate world.
You're right, this music just essentially, this kata that we're seeing right now, there's a scene of like, I feel peaceful just listening to this. And we will really see the beauty of her form. I believe you're right. This music is definitely going to accent this.
Beautiful balance being shown off there with this opening technique right into jumping front kick. Beautiful techniques, beautifully paced. And that's one thing that is so essential to a traditional performance, is being able to get the pacing right and being able to capture the audience's attention with the pace and the precision of those techniques.
One other thing to mention is that this is a traditional form, but there's a way to make this form your own. We saw it with John Su from back in the day. We've seen it with other traditional competitors. It is, yes, the same system of movements, punches, and kicks, but there's a way to make this unique to you.
That's one of the things, Mallory, that makes this sport so fascinating to watch, is this dichotomy between the extreme and the traditional, the power and the explosiveness that we saw in Avery Presley's form, and contrasted with the beauty and grace of Sophia's form. It's truly amazing to watch, and the only place in the world you can get that is in sport karate.
You're absolutely right about that. It's just the beauty in this, the fluid movement, but you can see there's power there, there's strength, there's balance.
And you can feel the emotion in that ki, the emotion being reflected by the music. Really a very well choreographed performance here.
And most people don't know that at the end of a traditional form, you're out of breath. This takes a lot of breath control, a lot of focus. There are many, many hours unseen on dojo mats just to get to this point right here.
Absolutely. When I was competing full-time, I would always get more tired doing the traditional performances than I would being on stage whipping the bow around. And a lot of people don't realize that. It is very physically taxing to do a good traditional routine.
And now we wait again. Both young ladies waiting on the stage. Their fate in the hands of the 7 judges.
7 world-class judges, I might add.
That is true.
69.87. And the score for Sofia Rodriguez Flores, a 69.92, and your winner for the 14 to 17 girls forms. And we've got the promoter of the Capital Classics, Sifu, Dennis Brown, presenting the award.
As Grandmaster Dennis Brown poses on stage with our winner, Sofia Rodriguez Flores, we see the tide shift back to the traditionalists. We saw a traditional win to open the evening, then the judges sided with the CMX, and now the judges are back to the traditional. Could be very interesting, especially as we get into some of these later Warrior Cup rounds, seeing which way the judges are swinging with this preference between the extreme and the traditional.
You're right about that. It's going to be a battle all night. It's all going to come down to who's going to win the Warrior Cup. Will it be a traditionals, or will it be someone more modern?
And at this rate, I predict there will be a split amongst those divisions. We could see some traditional winners and some extreme winners, which would truly reflect the spirit of sport karate.
Absolutely. There's always that balance there between traditional and modern.
Right on cue, we have another creative musical extreme competitor coming to the stage in Judah Sagawa out of San Diego, California, and Will Jackson's Team Freestyle, one of the top demo teams in the sport. And it looks like he plans to start this routine with a big opening move. Let's see what he's got. Double full to kick off the routine. Starting with a very high level of difficulty. And then what I love is look at the front stance. Look at the extension on the hand techniques. He can't just trick. He's got the martial arts to back it up, and that's what makes for a world-class extreme competitor. Beautiful hand combo.
Still have to show those basics in this form.
And that is the primary criteria that the judges are judging on. They care about the martial arts basics first and the tricking, like that cork swing through cork. They care about that second. The #1 scoring criteria is the traditional martial arts techniques, and that's followed up with the difficulty.
The amazing things about these the kids that are growing up, they're looking at tricks that guys like you and Reed Presley and other great competitors have perfected, but they're coming up learning this. This is second nature to them. It just pushes the sport to a new bound.
When you say second nature, that's absolutely right for Judah. He is a natural out there as he brings an electric performance to a close. Very impressive stuff from Judah Sagawa.
Next up, let's welcome to the stage from Team AKA Adomas, Adam Bomb.
And we'll switch over back to our traditional side of the program. I do believe that Adamas is going to choose no music for his form.
And I think that decision really depends on the competitors. Some competitors are energized by music and they choreograph it really well, as we saw in Sofia Rodriguez Flores. But some competitors, when they're doing traditional, they like to keep it as traditional as possible, have the room go silent, and have everybody focus in on them. And as we heard from on-site announcer Mike Chatt, Adamas likes to go by his nickname, Atom Bomb, for his explosive routines.
That is a pretty slick nickname. I like that.
And And although he hails from Florida, competing on home turf tonight as a member of Team AKA.
In his bio, he lists Justin Ortiz as one of his biggest inspirations, and it says because he's been training with him since he was 3.5, and he has a close relationship with Team Paul Mitchell member Justin Ortiz.
And Justin Ortiz is a great person to be inspired by. One of my teammates, really one of the best teammates that I've ever had. I've roomed with Justin many times, and we always do a great job of kind of inspiring each other back and forth, leaving notes on the mirror for each other to read before we compete. So shout out to Justin Ortiz and being one of the best teammates that I've ever had.
Some of our eagle-eye viewers may have noticed Justin Ortiz in the previous season of Cobra Kai. Playing a bad guy. Probably a stretch for him since he's such a good guy.
And back to Adam Bomb's form as he drops a bomb with that big jump, landing down into this low stance, showing off a bunch of leg strength. Nice explosive hand techniques as his kata starts to come to a close. This is the karate equivalent of the home stretch here. He's really got to dig deep. His legs are probably starting to shake a little bit. He's got to fight through that and finish this performance strong. And that final cat stance will do it as he brings his hands together, and the audience puts their hands together at the end of Adam Bomb's excellent traditional routine. And now it's time to go to the judges and see how this turns out.
Well, when you nickname yourself Adam Bomb, you got to come with an explosive performance, and I think he definitely did that on the stage.
World Martial Arts Championships. We'll be presenting the award, Mr. Mike McCoy. And the scores. For Judah Sagawa, 69.91.
And it sounds like this division may be closer than some of our previous
And the
divisions.
scores for Adamas. Adabam, 69.88.
Only a
And the 13 and under
3/100th
boys
of a
overall
point
form
difference
grand
between these
champion.
competitors.
Goes
I
to
think that's been the closest division that we've had so far tonight.
And as we get deeper in this competition, those scores will only get closer and closer as Judah Sagawa takes the win, overall grand champion, and he will advance to the Warrior Cup final. And as that division comes to a close, we are now going to send you to a word from our sponsors.
And with that word from Century, we're back.
Mallory, what do you think about the action so far tonight? We've been talking here in the booth about this balance between the extreme and the traditional, and really these competitors going back and forth, and that's what we love most about sport karate, is that this is a space where any style of martial arts is represented and can be successful.
Well, I'm impressed to see that some of these competitors have not taken the year off in vain. You can tell that people have been training. They've been improving. In addition to growing and seeing, some physical growth from some of the youth competitors, they've been out there training. They've been out there doing new tricks. They're out there waiting for this moment to show what they've been working on.
Absolutely. If there's any silver lining to the time that we had to spend away from the sport during this COVID-19 pandemic that everybody's been dealing with, it's that these competitors have had all of that extra time to stay in the lab and continue training and try to make themselves better to come out here in 2022 at the start of a brand new full NASCA season and see who can rise to the top.
And let's welcome to the stage the winner of our next divisions, the 13 and under girls forms traditional and CMX Grand Championship from Team AKA. Let's welcome back Isabella Nikolai. Winning both divisions, she will automatically advance to the AKA Warrior Cup Championship round. And let's welcome the coach of Team Freestyle, Mr. Will Jackson.
So it's clear that Isabella Nikolai dominated the competition, winning both the traditional and the CMX Creative Musical Extreme Grand Championship. So she didn't have anybody to compete against in the overall Grand Championship tonight. She advances directly to the Warrior Cup Finals.
Well, that makes it easier on her, but all she has to do is decide which form she's going to do tonight for that.
And it also means that she won 3 divisional grand championships. We just saw her on stage with the traditional sword routine, and the versatility that it requires to be able to win both sides of the forms division as well is really impressive. Reminds you of the likes of somebody like Team AKA and Team Paul Mitchell's Dana Hewer back in the day, who could win multiple divisions like that. So Mallory, what events that we've got coming up are you looking forward to most? I mean, as commentators, we're always on the edge of our seat waiting for those big moments to come in the show. We've had some big wins come already, but what are you looking forward to the most?
Well, one of the things I think about the last time that we sat here at the World Cup and we were looking, into the competition is that Cameron Dawson, after the untimely passing of his father, he came through and won every single match he was in, including teams, including open weight and everything. I'm really excited to see Cameron Dawson tonight in the finals for the Warrior Cup, but also in that same group, he's got a very young Tyson Ray. Now, Tyson is the son of Jesse Ray, one of my old teammates, and this young man has been nothing but impressive. So that's just one half of the bracket right there. These guys, they're going to bring everything there because they know that winning the Warrior Cup means Sport Karate immortality.
Absolutely, and that performance that we saw from Cameron Dawson a few years ago when he won his first career Warrior Cup after his father's passing, truly one of the great moments in the history of the AKA Warrior Cup, wearing his dad's uniform, having the empty coach's chair. I mean, the symbolism and the emotion that was felt in that room, I still remember it from being there as a competitor that night and having a chance to sit back and watch him win that Warrior Cup. It was truly a special moment, and he will try to repeat tonight. But as you mentioned, there's great competition in that Final Four. He's going to have to get through Tyson Ray. We also have the 30-plus grand champion, Abeda Ben Wally, as well as Darren D. Stacks Payne, who's one of the top up-and-coming heavyweights in the game right now. And so seeing the battle between those 4 is going to be really interesting.
All right. In our next division, let's welcome to the stage the 14 to 17 girls weapons overall grand championship. Competing tonight will be Avery Presley and Riley Raynone. Our first competitor, representing Team Competitive Edge, let's welcome back from Lebanon, Tennessee, 14-year-old Avery Presley.
Now we have Avery Presley of Team Competitive Edge back on stage again, this time in the weapons division. Kicking off her bow routine with some great speed into the 540-degree spin, catching behind the back on that release. Backside 900, hook, cartwheel to the flash kick. Throwing it back old school, a little bit of Casey Marks, Lauren Carney flair on that knife hand coming off the strike combo. 360 box cutter, flick behind the back, up into the corner. Oh, does a little kick over the bow going into the aerial. A great combination of traditional striking, those extreme releases, and then of course the tricking skills.
Now, one of the things I wanted to ask you is that how do you stand out? I mean, everything that we have seen has been done by someone before, but how do you stand out and really get your own style?
Well, with competitors at this age, what they're trying to do is they're trying to reinvent. They're trying to find what's that next big trick. What is that thing that the judges, that the audience have never seen before? And they're always trying to push the limits to figure out what that technique is. And the traditional representative for this division will be Riley Raynon, who came out of a three-way tiebreaker in which those young athletes had to run their forms again to try to figure out who was just going to come out of the division. So the adversity that she has had to face to make it to this point is very impressive.
Now, I do have a question for you on that, because I can remember competing when I did forms, and yes, I did forms, big shocker there, but if you tied, you had to have a different form ready. Some places do, enforce that rule, and some others don't. But would you have a bullet in the chamber in case you did run into a tie?
Well, I think it's smart for any competitor to have a backup plan if they do encounter that rare three-way tie situation in which you do have to rerun the performance if it's a complete mathematical tie. In the traditional division, that's a little bit tougher because competitors typically only have one traditional performance plan, unless it's in the kata division. If it's in the open-handed forms division, they'll have several forms prepared. But for weapons, it's common for competitors just to have one form ready. And so what we're seeing right now is Riley's ace. This is her #1 form that she's going to run in just about every situation.
In addition to fighting fatigue, if you have to run your form more than one time, there's also the added pressure that you've got to do it again, and you're trying to concentrate on being perfect twice, or sometimes I've seen it go 3 times.
And not to mention the caliber of competition that was in that tiebreaker. In that tiebreaker, she was against who she's competing against right now in Avery Presley, as well as another face that we saw on stage in Sofia Rodriguez-Flores. So there was a ton of talent in this tiebreaker, and Riley found a way to come out on top. And we can see why with the powerful performance that she's putting out right now.
Let's give it up for Riley Raynon.
And a great performance there for Riley comes to an end as Avery will come back to the stage for scoring.
All right, presenting this award, Team AKA member and Black Belt Magazine ambassador, Miss Gabrielle Dunn. And the scores.
He selected a beautiful trophy presenter for this division, don't you think, Mallory?
I would agree, but I think you might have a little bit of, I don't want to say bias in this, but nevertheless, you're right.
For those watching at home, that is none other than my beautiful fiancée, Miss Gabrielle Dunn. So when she watches this stream back, she'll be proud of me.
I'm waiting for one of those opposite days where you guys switch, and I'll have Gabrielle Dunn in the booth with me, and you out there singing the national anthem.
A total of 69.9. And the scores for Riley Raynon. 69.89. And the 14 to 17 overall grand champion goes to Avery Presley.
And yet we swing back over to modern again.
And by 1/100th of a point. That is a razor-thin margin. That means that of these 7 judges, 4 judges were in favor of Avery, 3 judges were in favor of Riley. That's about as close as it gets in the sport.
You're absolutely right about that. I mean, you probably could run that back multiple times and get a different result every single time.
Absolutely, and that's the great thing about seeing these traditional and extreme competitors go at it with each other, is those judges have to try to weigh all those different factors. The pacing of the traditional performance versus the difficulty of the extreme performance. And when that all shakes out, there can be a wide variety of outcomes.
And this is if no one makes a mistake. That's always possible too.
And now we have John Lorenz of the American national team taking the stage with his chucks. Now this is a divisional grand championship. So we have the 14-17 boys. These will all be extreme weapons competitors. Oh, with the B-twist release of the nunchuck. I've never seen that move performed with a nunchuck before.
Now if you're watching at home, the competitors are allowed to release their weapons, but they have to catch them. If you drop your weapon, you get the dreaded DQ.
And what's so fascinating is that that is one of Mason Bumba's signature moves with a bow, is to throw the bow, do a B-twist, and catch it. So to see John Lorenz come out, in the 720, to see him do these release techniques with nunchucks is A, relatively unprecedented, and B, might even be a little bit of a call-out to his bow competitors in the division.
As you mentioned just before, time well spent in the time that we had, quote-unquote, off.
And unfortunately suffers the drop, going for a 360 release. With high risk comes high reward, but sometimes it just doesn't fall in your favor. The lights get in your eyes, you miss that catch, your hands are a little sweaty, and that's something that anybody that comes up on this stage and runs an extreme weapons form, that's the risk that you've got to be willing to take. And unfortunately for John Lorenz, tonight just wasn't the night.
Now I got to ask you, I've seen sometimes drops be almost catching, meaning that if the competitor above, on the stage before you drops, you sometimes see the next competitor drop. It can be contagious. Hopefully that is not the case for our competitors coming on up. But there have been times that I've sat and watched the division and 4 out of the 5 people there just drop at one time or another.
And that's a testament to the mental toughness of the competitors. If you see your competitor drop and that you have to go up there next, you have to be able to block that out, not let that enter your mind, and perform at a high level. And no better person to do that than the stone cold Benjamin the Truth Jones. And he is going to rock this bow performance. And yes, that was a pun with his music. The 360 release immediately into the striking combo. Full extension, good hand position on the striking. Seamless transitions between the strikes and the tricks. Double spin right into the pose. Ben Jones is off to a hot start. .540 to the little flick release. 360 zero gravity, cartwheel, full twist, right into the spear.
Now, some of the modern bows the competitors are using, they have different colors and everything. That's not only for flash, but it helps you actually track the movement of the bow.
Ben Jones with a little mishandle of the bow. That bottom hand as he was trying to catch that really unique release. Had a little bit of a slip. We'll see if the judges notice. Rolls the bow down the arm on the release catch. He calls that the Ben spin. A little bit of an upgrade that we see here for these Warrior Cup finals. And really, the results of that will all come down to that the judges see those tiny little mistakes, like that little mishandle of the bow. Sometimes when you have a lot of difficulty, you can get away with little things like that if the judges didn't see it.
And I think you also mentioned the mental fortitude. If you are doing your performance and you act like nothing happened, sometimes the judges may not see it.
Exactly, and Ben played that off beautifully. And now we have Aiden Guernsey of Team AKA.
With this being an extreme weapons competition, and his weapon of choice being the commas, I expect to see a good number of release and catches in this performance.
Little bit of a jump backwards there as he came out of that split. But in a division this tight, it could come down to those tiny little things. Right into the opening cut combination. We see a few 7 cuts mixed in with some different angles. Cheat 900 hook to the cartwheel full D-leg. D-leg meaning he kept both of those legs together as he was coming out of that full twist. Now right into another release combination, showing off the difficulty.
So far, so good. He's clean.
that flash kick to the corner is typically a good sign that the form is approaching its closure. And he finishes strong. No tricks at the end of the form, so maybe a little bit of a conservative performance. We'll see if that works out for him.
I'll tell you who I'm excited to see coming up next. I got a chance to see him earlier today, Mason Bumba.
Let's welcome 16-year-old Mason Bumba.
And Mason Bumba, unquestionably one of the top weapons competitors in the sport right now, especially in the 14-17 division. He has won Warrior Cups in the past, and he looks to repeat tonight. He has an extremely difficult routine that mixes together both weapons releases of the bow as well as high levels of tricking. So we'll see what he decides to bring out in this routine tonight. He's seen a couple of bobbles before him. Let's see if that impacts his decision making and maybe if he tries to save anything for that Warrior Cup round.
Now, speaking of when you talk about just saving a little bit, I did see a drop from him earlier in a previous division, but he also went extreme and put that extreme technique. I'm hoping he does it here. How conservative would you be if you did have a drop earlier and you were able to complete, with success, the routine? Do you spin it all and not save anything for the swim back right now, or you just go for it?
Well, great weapons competitors have short-term memory loss. You can't worry about something that's already happened as Mason lands the orbiter as the bow rotates all the way around his body. He's going for broke here. All the release techniques, double spin catch off that forward flick. He's throwing everything. Oh, as Mason does the D-leg, passes the bow kind of behind his back. That's a trademark of his. Oh, throws the B-twist and catches it, just like we saw John Lorenz do with the chuck. Mason Bumba can do it with a bow. The Webster in the catch. What a finishing move from Mason Bumba. Threw the bow up, completed a complete front flip off of one foot, otherwise known as a Webster, and then made the catch, and that is a walk-off performance. Turns around and just walks right off the stage.
Just leaves the stage like nothing happened. This is the slow walk away from the explosion you see in movies. That's what I saw earlier, and looks like he has saved nothing from the swim back. Go for it all now and get your prize. Move on to advance.
And again, for those of you watching at home, we have never seen that before in sport karate competition. To see someone in their form on stage at a world level event, throw their bow up, do a complete flip, and then make that catch on stage at incredibly high level of difficulty, and that takes some guts to throw it in this situation.
You have to be very confident in yourself, your hands, the timing. I'm pretty sure when he was in here warming up, he was measuring the ceiling, making sure all of that is working out right.
Now we have the traditional bow performance of Shane Billow. And this is a tall task. So I mentioned that the first several competitors we saw, they were duking it out for a divisional grand championship. Simultaneously, Shane Billow is competing, trying to win the overall grand championship. So if one of those creative, musical, or extreme competitors is to win this, they will receive not only the divisional grand championship prize, they will also get the overall for beating Shane here, or Shane can get the win and take the overall from everybody. Now, the highest scoring creative, musical, or extreme competitor will get the NASCA points for the divisional runoff. So even if we see a competitor, let's say Shane wins with that great performance that he just did, the extreme competitor that places highest next to him will still leave a divisional grand champion. So a unique situation we're seeing unfold here.
Now the toughest job in the room falls to the judges.
He opened the original Broadway Spider-Man show from Marvel to DC to Cobra Kai. He is a true Hollywood stunt professional, the OG original team, aka XMA Sideswipe member. Let's welcome to the stage, Craig Henningsen.
And Craig Henningsen comes up to the stage to present this award, famous Hollywood stuntman and a multiple-time Warrior Cup champion.
I like also how he just stepped right on up to the stage. No stairs needed.
Craig Henningsen doesn't need stairs. Now, if he would have Spider-Man jumped onto the stage, that would have been something else.
Maybe next time. You never know what we're going to get. While we're waiting for our judges to go ahead and calculate this probably difficult task, those of you that are watching the stream, go ahead, let's see a shout out. Where are you guys watching from tonight? let us know. Are you all in the United States? We are worldwide. We'd love to see where you're watching from.
And we are getting a sneak peek at some of these scores here before they get announced. And we have a tight division here and some perfect scores flying out. There are some 10s that these judges are giving out.
This is true. You guys can't see the monitor we're looking at, but this is going to be very, very interesting.
He was the fight coordinator for Cobra Kai, brought a big group of Sharky's Karate Team AK members down, and they worked on Cobra Kai Season 4. Let's give it up for Don Lee is in the house. Stand up, Don. Yes. And the score for John Lorenz, a total of 69.65. And the scores for Benjamin Jones, 69.87. And the scores for Aiden Guernsey,
Ben Jones was able to secure a few 9.99s there from the judges. We'll see if it'll be enough.
I mean, I know the system is designed to try to avoid ties, but it almost seems like that inevitably you may run into that problem if a judge cannot make up his or her mind.
And before that, let's see the score for Mason Bumba, a 69.9. And now, our final competitor, John Lorenz. Just kidding. Let's give it up for Shane Billow with a total of 69.8.
So with 5 competitors, a lot of scores flying around, but at the end of the day, the form with the highest level of difficulty that was able to hit it the cleanest. The difficulty is comparable between these guys, but Mason Bumba was the one who not only had the difficulty, but was able to hit it cleanly tonight, and that is why he is tonight's champion, and he will advance to the Warrior Cup Finals, where he will try to win himself yet another Warrior Cup. Mason won his first Warrior Cup 2 years ago. Before the pandemic and everything happened, got his first Warrior Cup in the year 2020, and now after this long layoff is going to try to come back and win the Warrior Cup again. That is a tall task for anybody to go back-to-back with the Warrior Cup, but with a form like that and that level of difficulty, Mason Bumba of top 10 Team USA, certainly has a chance to do it tonight.
And when you're looking, you're standing beside a competitor like that, and you just see him throw, a trick, it looked so natural. It's got to be intimidating to the other competitors.
Oh, and that's a big part of the strategy when you're in a weapons division, especially if you're not going last. If you've got more competitors coming after you, sometimes you're not putting a move in your form necessarily for the judges to appreciate. You're doing that move to tell your competitors, look what I've got in my bag. Can you do this? Can you step up? So applying pressure to competitors that come after you is a huge part of this game. There's a lot of strategy that goes into the weapons division that a lot of people, especially that tune in and have never seen weapons before, it's not obvious at first, right? You think you just go out there and do your routine, but there's so much more to that. There's a plan A, B, C, all the way through Z of what these competitors could do when they go out there.
Weapons overall grand championship. Competing tonight will be Lexi McGann Barclay, Sarah Campbell, Haley Glass, Kaylin Kowalski, and Solange Olivier. Our first competitor from Kitchener, Canada. Please welcome 20-year-old Lexi McGann Barclay.
Now, Lexi is the winner of the Chinese weapons division, meaning that we're going to see a wushu or kung fu inspired routine here. Representing Team Revolution with her fan.
I do believe this is one of the first appearances in soft styles that we have seen this competition night. The elegance and beauty that you will see, the flow you will see from Kung Fu stylists like this is just a thing of beauty.
A little fumble of the fan there. Looks like it went all the way to the ground. It'll be interesting to see if the judges count that as a drop. That will be up to the discretion of the judges. It's hard to tell from this angle if it went all the way to the ground. I had a judge's head in my way, but we'll see how that turns out.
We appreciate you guys filling in where you're watching from. See someone from my home state of Virginia, Baltimore, Maryland. We've seen Canada, Silicon Valley, Dominican Republic. I mean, we are worldwide here.
And shout out to Canada. We have a Canadian competitor on stage right now. Great to see some international presence at the Warrior Cup when there are a lot of question marks about who would be able to attend because of a lot of the travel restrictions out right now.
Next up, representing Team AKA from Cincinnati, Ohio. Let's welcome 19-year-old Sarah Campbell.
And as Sarah Campbell takes the stage for Team AKA, this is a name that I have been telling the sport karate community that they should be on the lookout for a while. Sarah trains with me privately. She's great both at the creative bow and the traditional bow. Tonight we will see her traditional routine, and it's great to see her getting some of the respect that she deserves. Choosing to go without music, trying to show off the power of the routine. We've got some mics set up on the stage so that hopefully you guys watching from home can hear the sheer power behind some of these bow strikes. A fast, intense striking combination to get things started. Mixing in the front kick. And the powerful parallel strike in the horse stance.
Now, since she's worked with you privately, you've seen some of the best and also the worst, and you know you've been making corrections and adjustments. How well does she respond to, let's say, for example, maybe there's a mistake made, or you want something faster or tighter? Is she very responsive? Is she hard on herself? What type of student is she?
Oh, Sarah's somebody that we would call a gamer, right? When it's time, when the lights are on, and it's time for her to step up and do her performance, she always delivers, and that's what she's doing right now. Very clean. A lot of competitors start to rush traditional routines when they're on stage. Sarah keeping a very good pace here, good speed, good technique, as she brings the form to a close with that knee pose, a typical ending for somebody training in the Mike Bernardo lineage. That's how he always finished his forms, and a very solid routine from Sarah Campbell.
Next up, representing Team Paul Mitchell from Orlando, Florida, 19-year-old Haley Glass.
And now we have one of my teammates taking the stage as Haley Bulletproof Glass of Orlando, Florida, is going to show us her kama routine.
Now, Haley blasted on the scene last year in the adult division. We've been watching her for many years in the junior division. First-year college student, and from what I've seen so far, it has not slowed her down one bit.
And one of the most impressive adult debuts in recent memory last year. Double grands at the U.S. Open. Double grand championships at the Diamond Nationals, two of the most prestigious events in the world. Got the call to be on Team Paul Mitchell, and she has answered the call and delivered in every tournament she's been at.
I like the classic music start off.
A little bit of a different vibe than what we've gotten from some of the other competitors.
This is true. Looks like something she's going to have a little fun with.
She kicks it off with a fast cutting combination into some finger rolls. Be on the lookout for some Mark Canonizato inspiration. Oh, and unfortunately suffers the drop on the under the leg release. But Haley, of course, a great sportsman with a smile. Oh, and she's going to keep going. Cartwheel full twist. And she's going to give us some more in this routine. You know, we love to see that. A competitor, even though that they suffer a drop that can be very emotionally devastating, really, when you train so hard and then have a drop on the Warrior Cup stage. But to see her shake it off with a smile and continue to run this form, a true testament to her professionalism.
That is correct. It's just, you know, this is only going to make her train harder next time.
And with Haley being the favorite tonight, this opens things up quite a bit for the other competitors. And of course, we see some disappointment on her face as she backs away, but that's understandable. I mean, this is one of the most prestigious tournaments in the world, and everybody drops, but sometimes it stings a bit more than others.
As you mentioned, this you almost expect the unexpected as we have Kaylin Kowalski takes the stage now. Second degree black belt under Connell Lovelace out of Roosevelt, Michigan.
And Kaylin Kowalski does a great job of putting on a show. You're going to see a lot of emotion in her routine. And you're going to see a high level of difficulty with her bow tricks as well. A little bit of performance value there. First big release. Oh, she misses on the 540, but she's going to keep going as well. And this is exactly what you were talking about earlier, Mallory, how sometimes these drops can be contagious.
It's unfortunate, but I do like the spirit. It's almost, you know, you've lost in terms of you won't win this division, but it frees you up a little bit. You know what? Just go ahead and, hey, let's go ahead and just let it fly here on the stage.
Absolutely. I mean, anytime you're on this stage, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to show the world you doing what you love, right? And how many people can say that they get to do that on a regular basis? So win, lose, draw, or drop, just the chance to be performing on the Warrior Cup stage is really a life-changing event for a lot of these competitors.
As you mentioned before, a lot of theatrical moves here in her performance. If I remember right, she does, you know, in the off-season, she does participate in local haunted houses. Loves scaring kids, loves dressed up, loves makeup, etc., etc. Great trick there at the end.
Oh.
I'm looking at your face. You did not expect that.
I was about to say, a nice little variation at the end, catching the bow on the inside of the knee. I have not seen that before, at least not done successfully, especially in a tournament. Good job putting on a show there at the end of the routine. And again, that's what this is all about. If you come out there and you have a drop and you suffer that disqualification, still find a way to entertain, and that's exactly what Kaylin just did.
To be continued. Wait until the next time you see this young lady. All right, next up we have Solange.
And Solange Olivier, another member of Team AKA, competing on home turf here tonight. In this division, outside of the drops from the creative and extreme competitors, we've seen a traditional Kung Fu form with the fan that very well could have been considered a drop as well, depending on, you know, the angle the judges had that. And then we had the traditional performance of Sarah Campbell. And so this is really the last chance for an extreme competitor to put out a performance that, that could steal the win here.
The Karate Gods appear to be balanced in the scales yet again.
Things started with the opening striking combination. It'll be interesting to see if Solange goes for any releases here. We saw a small bobble on that hand roll. Competing against only traditional competitors, sometimes the creative or extreme competitors will take some of the risk out and just try to win with their speed. But she's still throwing the releases, was able to catch that one.
Now, when is that decision made? Is that made as you're walking to the stage, or is that mid-routine?
It depends on the competitor. Some competitors, like myself, I was always somebody who kind of decided my difficulty level as I was going. I would get a feel for the crowd. But other competitors need to have a plan beforehand. And Solange Olivier with an intense ending to that form. A few little mishandles of the nunchuck in between there. Will the judges give her bonus points for the level of difficulty, or will they penalize some of those little mishandles and maybe favor one of the traditional athletes?
I do believe we are about ready to find out.
It's always interesting whenever the top dog in a division goes down to a disqualification. Sometimes chaos can ensue. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Makes the sport all that much more exciting.
and you see the ladies there giving each other support. That's a great thing. You notice, if you've never been to one of these tournaments before, the support the fellow martial artists give each other is just amazing. You know, so if you're down, someone's going to be there to pick you up. If you do a great job, someone's going to be there to congratulate you. The measure of support that you see out here between these competitors is just impressive.
Oh, yeah, and that's something that as martial artists, we're taught to show good sportsmanship, right? And so a lot of these competitors that you see on stage tonight are all friends with each other, and these ladies had a beautiful display of that as they took the stage just now. So the judges will tabulate the scores once again.
Lots of math work going on here, trying to decide who to give this win to. I don't envy them a bit.
I love how relaxed all these competitors are, too. They're just hanging out on stage, waiting for their scores to come.
Yeah, it's just another, you know, Saturday night, just hanging out, waiting to see who's going to win. I mean, no pressure whatsoever.
See, they look calm on the outside, but internally, those minds are racing 100 miles an hour, right? Except for the competitors that drop. They can relax a little bit. That's the one silver lining of a drop, is that after it happens, you're just up there having fun.
It is true. I mean, if you're looking, Caitlin, it's just a casual conversation with Haley, you know, maybe talking about school. Really trying to read body language here, trying to see exactly what is happening.
I wonder if the DJ can cue up some Jeopardy theme music here.
That would be appropriate for this time. You know, asking about when you do have a competition, like, for example, you've dropped before. What do you take back with you in the lab for the next time, for the next event?
Well, I think the most important thing is you go back and you study the film, right? I think that film study is incredibly important for any competitor, whether it be forms, weapons, fighting, and go back and study the film of you making mistakes and try to figure out what led to it. Because a lot of times on stage, you black out. You don't know what's going on. And so it's always good to go back and watch those videos and understand, oh, I dropped because I was in this position on my weapon or whatever it may be.
Total is 49.75. And the scores for Sarah Campbell, 49.9.
49.9 for Sarah Campbell. This one could still be close. That is not a conclusive score.
And the scores for Haley Glass, 49.81. And the scores for Kaylee Kowalski,
Haley Glass and Kaylin Kowalski with a mandatory score reduction. I think I misspoke earlier. It's not technically a disqualification to drop when you're at the Grand Championship level, but you're largely out of the running at that point.
Everyone exciting, waiting for the Solange score.
Overall Grand Champ, Team AKA member, let's give it up for Solange Olivier.
And Solange Olivier in that final position is able to pull out the win. Looks like the judges favored the CMX a little bit that time, and Solange will advance to the Adult Weapons Warrior Cup final against some very tough competition.
I mean, just look at the emotion on her face when she was there waiting for those scores, and then to see the moment when she did win, when she found out she did win.
And that's one thing that's so great about sport karate, is just seeing the emotion of when a competitor has that major breakthrough and they get that first big win. Now, Solange is somebody that has been on stage in the finals before, but has never won an overall grand championship here at the AKA Warrior Cup. And so to be able to come out again at her home team event and secure that win in the overall grand championship, that's got to feel good.
Definitely so.
Around the world, but you'll have to wait to see that demonstration. Next up,
Little teaser from Mike Chad about the demonstration we might get. That Sideswipe demo is coming, just not yet.
let's welcome to the stage, Team Freestyle.
And so we will have the final round of the team demonstration division.
First up will be Team P Squared, and then Team Freestyle.
So while the competitors come to the stage, Jackson, would you be able to just give us an overall view of what we're looking for this team demonstration?
Well, team demonstration is one of the most wide open divisions on the NASCA circuit in the sense that teams can really do whatever they want. As long as they have enough competitors to qualify for the division, they can do as much weapons as they want. They can make it more traditional. They can throw in the tricking. They can do a combination of it all. We see fight choreography often making its way into the team demonstration division. So there's a wide variety of different performance skills that you can see on display. And it really depends on the coaching strategy of the leaders of these teams on which way they're going to go to try to give themselves the best chance at setting themselves apart from the other teams and securing that win.
So, ladies and gentlemen, take a look here. You will expect to see a lot. You'll see weapons, you'll see forms, and like you said, maybe a little bit of fight choreography mixed in as well.
In a lot of ways, this is the three-ring circus of sport karate. Another thing I love about the team demonstration division is that we always get to see new faces. A lot of top sport karate competitors are privately trained and they don't participate in these big teams because they're focused on trying to make their way onto a sponsored team through their individual accomplishment. But oftentimes the teams that compete in team demonstration are competitors from a single martial arts school that travel together to come compete in this event. And so we're almost guaranteed to see some new faces as we're seeing in many of the members of Team P Squared.
And this is not a bad introduction also to the stage and competition and, you know, seeing if you will, how will you perform when everyone's watching you?
And team demonstration also highlights something that can be very beneficial to a lot of martial arts schools. I've noticed in my years of traveling and teaching seminars that martial arts schools that have a demonstration team, whether they compete at tournaments or they just go to their local shopping mall to help promote the school, it develops a great sense of camaraderie within the school and that community. And it's also great for advertising. And you go and do some demonstrations at, you know, local fairs or, like I said, the shopping mall. That could be a great way to get your martial arts school's name out there. So team demonstration really shows off a great asset that martial arts school owners can use.
One of the things that's always great to see something like that is the parents that don't have kids in martial arts and they see an 8-year-old kid doing techniques like this or manipulating a weapon very fast or just the discipline. And they are parents and they think, my son or daughter is not doing this. Maybe I need to get them involved in martial arts, if not just for the tricking or for the technique, but also just the discipline, the good habits that it produces and everything. It's just a testimony to what can be learned when you do start a martial arts program.
And the team demonstration division can also be a great place for some of these young athletes to get their start in international level competition. From teams like Team Infinity and Team Freestyle, we've seen those teams first become successful through team demonstration, and then a lot of their individual competitors start to shine after getting that initial exposure in this event.
Yeah, there's a long list of competitors that started out in this division and then ended up on as individuals or member of Team Sync or two-man teams to come.
And then this unified hand and kicking combination, typically something we see at the end of a routine. And that is the grand finale for Team P Squared, making their presence known here at the AKA Warrior Cup.
Now, before our next team takes the stage, I want to mention a quick shout out to Timothy Wong. I agree with the comment you made, Timothy. If someone wants to do a bad lip reading between myself and Jackson to the stage, go for it. Please tag us in it. I'd love to see it. Make it happen.
That's dangerous, Mallory. You never know what they'll make us say.
Listen, the internet is undefeated. That's all I know.
Now, speaking of undefeated, Team Freestyle is undefeated on the weekend as a team demonstration participant. Them going last means that in the elimination round, they were the winners, and Team P Squared was the runner-up. And so now we will see the winners from the Friday night eliminations, Team Freestyle.
I do have to say, I like the gis with no sleeves.
Reminds me of a Caitlin Deschelle look.
This is true. Shout out to Caitlin Deschelle.
two big things to look at for Team Freestyle is their difficulty level. They're always trying to push it up a notch in terms of their difficulty, as well as their choreography. You know, Team Freestyle in that school produced Jacob Ellis, who's known as one of the competitors in recent memory who's got the most well-choreographed extreme performances in his own right. And he was the mastermind behind a lot of the early Team Freestyle demos. And then now, of course, Will Jackson does an incredible job getting all of these guys working together in sync, choreographed with the music.
And exactly, just to piggyback on what you were saying, this entire routine, everything that each individual competitor is doing has to be choreographed by one or maybe a couple of individuals. There's knowing where everyone is on stage, what's coming next, where your strengths are. You know, are you going to put someone up there that has great kicking combination? I remember back in the day when we would see Team Charlie Lee with those great nunchuck routines and the height of David Moss, you know, shown with, you know, there were shorter competitors there with them, and they just, you know, played off of that. You know, what do you do here? You have someone that's going to put all this together and make a mastery out of it.
And then I love these complicated transitions that they like to use, tricking in and out, 2 competitors in, then 4 competitors in, back to 2 competitors in. Now all of a sudden there's some bows out there. Very smooth transitions by Team Freestyle. Oh, 5-way synchronized double spin catch to the knee. Little zero gravity release followed by a flick behind the back. We call that a Kill Bill. That name is inspired by Billy Ledger, a great innovator of a lot of different bow staff tricks.
I love that nickname. That is a great name for a trick.
I named it myself. Thank you, Mallory. Oh, the corkscrew going off of the hand. Little teamwork corkscrew there. And then now we've got Judah Sagawa, the superstar of this team, up front and center. Double spin catch with the sword. Oh, the Webster off the bag. Judah doing it all for this team demo. And now we have a traditional bow segment. That's something you don't see very often. Not only having the creative bow segment in the team demo, but also mixing in some traditional.
I agree with you. Usually you will see a lot of creative routines here, but I think it's just definitely a nod and, you know, something that will stand out by putting in the traditional routine in the middle of this demonstration.
Flash kicks all over the ring. Big synchronized hand combination. Love the complexity of this formation as well. Looks like they're setting up something big. Oh, the teleporting backflip. Had one competitor executing the back tuck, one competitor on their knee, and then another competitor to push the backflipping athlete over the competitor that was on their knee. That was unique. I like that.
That requires a serious level of trust.
Presenting the award, the promoter of the U.S. Open ISKA World Martial Arts Championships. Let's welcome to the stage, Mr. Mike Sawyer.
Now, Team Freestyle is a team that has been here before. They have won this team demo division many times over. They are previous ISKA world champions. When Team Freestyle shows up, it puts other teams on notice. Really, they, as well as Team Infinity and Team Competitive Edge, are always vying for that top spot in the team demonstration division.
Team P Square with a 49.9 coming out the gate.
And the winner of the team demonstration competition, let's give it up for Team Freestyle with 49.95.
And that is a clean sweep. All 7 judges voting in favor of Team Freestyle to result in the 49.95 after the highs and low scores are dropped. And they're going to attempt to take a picture with the trophy here, but there is a lot of athletes to try to get in this picture.
Yeah, hopefully, let's see if Corey's got a wide-angle lens here. This might be a challenge.
This is like after a seminar when you're trying to herd all the cats and get everybody in one picture.
Get that group picture there. That's always a challenge.
There we go. They figured it out. So congratulations to Team Freestyle. I'm sure we've got some viewers in San Diego that are very happy right now. A lot of family members watching from home.
Hey, if you're watching in San Diego now and you just saw your home team win, give us a thumbs up in the comments. We'll appreciate it.
Next generation.
And you know, Mallory, you mentioned some of those great team demonstrations that you've seen in the past. What would you say is your all-time favorite? We've got 100% performance. We've got kick team. We've got Team Charlie Lee. Do you have a favorite?
So I definitely go back to from teaching from Charlie Lee. I love Charlie team, but the kick team with Marcel Jones and those high flyers, and they always changed their routine every single time. So you had to stop and see what they were going to do. You never got the same thing twice. It was always amazing. Those guys always came out, smiles on their face. It just brought a good feel to the competition when they were on stage.
We are back with this exhilarating 14-17 boys division, some of the deepest talent on the forms and weapons side of this sport. If you're a point fighter tuning in, trust me, we got some point fights coming, but this is as good as it gets in terms of forms and weapons competition amongst these juniors. John Lorenz back on stage. You saw him earlier with his nunchuck routine where he suffered the drop. Starts his form off with some hand combos and a side swipe. And then based on that combination there, ending with the butterfly kick, looks like this is a creative routine. Now in a creative routine, you would not typically see a side swipe performed, as that is illegal. Don't know if that was a mistake on his part or if maybe that was an exception being made for this final round of competition here at the Warrior Cup, where things do get a little bit unique because you have the Warrior Cup factor in play. But an interesting thing to keep an eye out for if we see some decreased scores from the judges. It might just be because of that inversion technique, which is not legal in creative, but is legal in the extreme divisions.
And we have Esteban Tremblay. His dad I've competed against many times in sparring. If you know his dad is like 7'12", and here I am coming in at barely 5'6", having to deal with all those legs and fighting.
And Esteban Tremblay, typically known for his bow routines, we see him on stage tonight bowless, and he is going to be in the forms division here, showing off his tricking ability combined with some great stances and hand techniques. Gets things going with a clean double full to the knee. Take off of 2 feet, that is a double full. Take off of 1 foot, that is a double court.
Got to really be careful and watch so you can know which trick is being performed.
Powerful hand combination to get things going for Esteban. Beautiful tornado kick right into the cheat 9, touchdown raise, gainer switch into the cork to the knee, long tricking combination, high level of difficulty.
When you see those tricking combinations string together like that, I mean, the amount of energy that has to be put in, because you have to be able to constantly push off the floor so you can land on your feet. I mean, just to slip up right there in the middle of that, and you end up with the whole tricking combination's ruined.
Interesting there, it looked like Esteban put both hands down when he landed on the knee. Oftentimes competitors only mean to put one hand down there. We'll see if that impacts the scoring here, but overall, a powerful, intense performance from Esteban Tremblay.
Boys! Next up, representing Team AKA, let's welcome back Aiden Guernsey.
Aiden Guernsey of Team AKA returning to the stage.
Hey, Corey, can you get a hold of one of the tech guys? Because we have 7 competitors and it only allows us 5 scores.
Now, with this being an open hand form, obviously, like we mentioned before, there are no drops. There's no drops to worry about. Is this a little bit freeing to the competitors that, you know, maybe you dropped your weapon before, maybe you realized the mistake, but all you have to do is focus on your form at this point?
To an extent, that's true. I mean, you've got the high level of tricking in a lot of these extreme routines, and that can be just as nerve-wracking as doing a weapons trick. I mean, sure, if you drop your weapon, there's a mandatory score reduction, but I mean, if you stumble or fall on one of these high level of difficulty tricking techniques, it's just about the same as if you had dropped your weapon. Setting up the tricking combo, we got a B twist into the cheat 9, hook, cartwheel, double full on the end of the combination. Another side swipe. A lot of the competitors loving the side swipes in this form. We saw Esteban with a swipe knife, adding a hook kick to the end, and now Aiden coming back with a side swipe. Basically a 540 kick, leaning back so that your head goes below your waist and you invert. And another very intense finish from Aiden Guernsey.
Now, so I'll throw this out there. A lot of times we see gymnastic passes. This is great. But where does one go to learn tricks? If you were just starting off and said, that looks really cool, I want to learn how to do that. How do you start?
Well, it actually starts with traditional martial arts kicking. You've got to understand how to round kick, how to hook kick, how to crescent kick, how to axe kick. You've got to understand all these basic kicking techniques if you ever want to be able to do these high-level tricking techniques. So it all starts with the basics, and then these athletes continue to level up from there. And now we have the odds-on favorite to win this division in his return from a few years away from the sport, Aiden Kennedy, one of the great young talents the sport has ever seen, and he is returning in his final year as a junior. That double cork was flawless.
You know, I saw him in the elevator earlier today, and I had to do a double take because I hadn't seen him in so long. And I admit, I forgot. But he will show you a performance right here. I have a feeling that you will not forget for some time to come.
Lightning fast hands. He's gotten even faster. Oh, grabbing the foot for the stall on that kick. And his technical level of tricking is so high. Beautiful foot extension on the tornado kick. Shuriken cutter, that is huge. Jumping off of one foot, going upside down, the twists, 2 hook kicks. That is an incredibly high level of difficulty. In fact, that's probably the biggest trick that we have seen all night thus far. How could it not be with a cool name like the Shuriken Cutter?
That is true.
Aiden Kennedy brings the house down.
Well, there's a good reminder of what he can do. Those of you that are waiting for sparring, don't worry. We're going to get there. It's coming up soon, I promise.
Right now, I'm just glad that I started Aiden Kennedy on my Sport Karate Fantasy team. Shout out to the guys over at Martial Arts Inter Network for doing a fantasy sport karate event with me. Stay tuned for more updates on that.
I heard about that. I might have to get involved.
So now we have Matthew Shamit coming to the stage. In that typical low block ready stance, that means he's about to start. Some fast hands from Matthew Shamit. Since we don't see any inversions in that opening combination, looks like this is another routine from the creative division. If you're a winner of the creative division, you must run a creative routine. You're not allowed to invert when you make it to the finals. Throwing in a cat stance there, a little bit of traditional flair. A lot of the American national competitors do that because they're led by Jarrett Liker, who founded that team and is really essential to their success. And obviously, he was known as a great traditional forms competitor. So it's cool to see a lot of the American athletes putting in that little Easter egg in their forms.
You really got to be involved in sports karate to see that and know where it came from.
Let's welcome 16-year-old
And now, much like we saw in the weapons division, we will now have a traditional competitor testing their skills against all of these extreme athletes.
You know, this does remind me of, go back a few years, we would see a lot of great creative and musical forms and everything, and then John Sue would take the stage doing a traditional kata and bring the house down.
One of my all-time favorite competitors. And it's interesting to see how traditional forms has evolved over the years from the era of a John Sue, when traditional forms on the NASCA circuit were more contemporary, and now with the increasing popularity of WKF and them getting approved by the Olympics, and really credit to the aforementioned Jarrett Liker for bringing this style of karate, traditional karate, to the sport karate or sport martial arts scene. And really ever since Jarrett had success with it and won a Warrior Cup himself, we've seen competitors having a lot of success with these very traditional style Japanese karate routines.
You know, just to tag along that, it was very exciting to see Ariel Torres' journey, and you know, staying up in the middle of the night to watch him win that bronze medal, see the emotion, the relief that it was, you know, that it was over and that he accomplished a goal there to become an Olympian and an Olympic medal winner. It's just something that's amazing to see.
It's always a highlight of these traditional performances when you see those moments where these competitors let out that energy and show that intensity on the ki-ais. Again, for those of you watching at home, pay attention to the timing, the pace, the patience. Like I said earlier, a lot of times competitors get up on stage for a traditional performance and it's easy to rush because everybody is so quiet and you know you're following some extreme performances oftentimes and the energy in the room is so high. Sometimes it can be hard to just slow yourself down and take it one step at a time. Eric Quackenbush is doing a great job of his pacing in this routine.
Very much well agreed. You know, breathing, calming yourself, making yourself ready for the moment is what every instructor will tell you to do. Making sure that moment's not too big for you. And you can see he clearly did that right there. He was able to focus, the room got quiet, and all eyes were on him for that kata.
I couldn't agree more, and it all starts with visualization. The great competitors, when they're in the dojo, even if the dojo's empty and they're training alone, they will close their eyes and they will picture themselves here at the AK Warrior Cup stage so that they're preparing for this very moment. Another Cobra Kai award present. Got stars all over the stage tonight here at the AK Warrior Cup. Whether it be Hollywood stars or sport karate stars, we've got them all.
That is impressive.
It's another good question for our audience. Who is your favorite sport karate competitor that has transitioned over into the stunt world or even the acting world and found success in Hollywood? We've got a lot of them, from the Taylor Lautners and the Leo Howards all the way to the Caitlin DeShelles, like we've mentioned. There have been a ton of great sport karate competitors that have successfully made that transition. And then our host tonight, Mike Chat, was another one of those competitors, became the Blue Power Ranger and had many other opportunities and really opened the door for sport karate to be a source of great stunt talent in Hollywood.
I got a name I want to throw out there. Definitely John Valera. John Valera is from my area of town. I actually fought him my first black belt tournament, and it was his first black belt tournament as an adult. And if you don't believe John can fight, man, that dude can throw down, hook me to the back of the head. I was seeing stars. He's been out there doing great things. It's always a treasure to see someone like that does hard work and is being rewarded with entertaining us.
Absolutely, and John Valera, now a stunt coordinator, has climbed those ranks and is now doing a lot of the great behind-the-scenes work, whether it's Marvel movies or whatever the case may be. It's very cool to see sport karate athletes getting these opportunities.
You know, I actually blame John and other guys, Ross Constant, Arnold Chung, because I don't leave when the movie's over. I watch the credits so I can see friends of mine. I take a picture and like, hey, I saw you did something. So that's something that's become, I watch the entire movie now, and the mid-credits and after-credit scenes, of course.
I was about to say, those after-credit scenes, a lot of times that's the most exciting part of these superhero movies.
That is certainly true. The show's not over. Stay around. But as you mentioned, this is really an avenue for some of the kids that are doing things that, maybe they want to take a chance and go out there. And there's so many opportunities. There's not just movies. There's TV. There's streaming platforms. There's so much available that if that is a path that you want to take, you can go out there. And there are great examples, as you mentioned before, Mike Chat, that you can look to, and maybe if that's something you want to do. And there's also behind the scenes, you could be a stunt coordinator. There will be people out there that want your talents to set up this fight choreography to make those heroes pop on screen. That it's almost unlimited what's available.
Absolutely, and as I've heard many of those athletes say before, if you want to be good at stunts, if you want to look good on camera, it starts with your martial arts skills. You got to hone those skills. You can't just fake it for television, right? You have to have true skill, and you can prove that in the competitive arena here in sport karate, and that's going to give you that opportunity. One of my favorite stories is how Caitlin DeShelles was originally noticed by Jackie Chan on stage at the U.S. Open, and at an event just like this, which was televised on ESPN. Here We're streaming through SportMartialArts.com, Black Belt Magazine. So having these outlets where these competitors can get noticed, next thing you know, one of these competitors on stage might be getting a phone call from Hollywood.
That is true. I mean, it was just almost like a match that was perfect. Jackie Chan sitting, watching ESPN. He sees Caitlin on TV and says, someone get me in contact with her. It's storybook. It is Hollywood type of it, and there she is. She's out there, and of course, is successful with Wonder Woman. She's been in, The Mandalorian. I mean, the list goes on and on. So you never know who is watching, and you always want to do your best. That could be the next you.
Absolutely. And that's the glory of showing up at a sport karate tournament, is that, you know, if you come to one of these open NASCA events, you can compete against the best in the world. These events are open registration. It's not reserved to only the best. You can come and you can register for the NASCA division, and you can compete against these athletes, which is a truly special opportunity. And I get new students all the time that come to me and say, should we sign up for the non-NASCA division or should we sign up for the NASCA division? And every time I tell them, you come to compete against the best. You will learn so much by getting in the ring with these athletes. It's incredible. And a lot of those students that have done that and have taken that leap of faith and compete against the best, I've only heard good things after the fact about everything they learned.
We've got the scores coming in now.
And when you drop the high and low, it's a 49.75. And the scores for Esteban Tremblay, 49.9.
So earlier in the show, you might have heard us calling out the scores around that 70 mark. Technically, when the scores are tabulated for NASCA competition, the highs and lows are automatically dropped, so there's not too much skew between the judges to be sure there's the appropriate winner. And if a tiebreaker does need to come in place, those highs and lows can be added back in. So that hasn't affected any of the scoring tonight. That was just a way we were displaying it early on, but now you're hearing the scores delivered with the appropriate highs and lows dropped.
A little bit of a small error there before, but we've got it right now, and now the drama is full stage.
49.78.
And with those scores, it sounds like the favorite coming into this division just might be the winner.
We've got a 49.8. And your 14 to 17 boys formed overall grand champion goes to Team AKA member Aiden.
He's back.
Aiden Kennedy is back and better than ever. Comes out, wins the overall grand championship, and he will now be the odds-on favorite in the Junior Forms Warrior Cup final, going for his first Warrior Cup.
You know, you can't overlook what difficulty that was, because this is a sport that progresses without you. If you take time off, whether it be for school or, God forbid, you get injured, something takes you away from it, this sport is going to continue to progress on, and it's going to be hard to come back and just pick back up where you left off. You really got to put the work in.
And that's one thing that's so interesting, is that tricking is a sport aside from sport karate. Obviously, we see tricking used in sport karate with all this acro kicking, but it is a sport that exists by itself, and you could make an argument that Aiden Kennedy is one of the top trickers in the world. Forget sport karate competitors. When it comes to his pure tricking ability, he's one of the best in the world, and the fact that he can use that in the sport karate arena makes him very lethal in the ring.
I mean, just looking at his form that just happened there, he was smooth. He reminded me, throw another name back out there, Mark Canizzato. Mark Canizzato had some of the smoothest techniques that I remember seeing out there of any forms competitors. Almost looked like he wasn't even trying, like a built-in cheat code.
And now we transition to my old stomping grounds, the men's 18+ creative, musical, extreme weapons division, defending diamond ring winner Alex Mancias of Team Paul Mitchell, taking the stage, opening up his routine with a huge, we call that a Jesus flip. One thing I love about Alex is his intensity.
The last member to be selected for John Paul Mitchell, I don't think there have been any new members since Alex, showing why he deserved that honor. And he has been, if anything, a lot of people, unfortunately, will try to make these teams and think, well, I made it on the team, that's great. But he has only served to improve once he got to this team, and stepping it up a notch and fighting as well.
And he is on fire so far. Of course, we have had the recent addition of Alex Mancias' girlfriend, Haley Glass.
I sit corrected.
And Alex puts the comments together. Oh, and misses one. Looks like he might have gotten that lost in the lights. But consummate professional, gets the crowd into it. And in this division, the men's weapons division, with such a high level of difficulty, drops are going to happen sometimes. It's almost inevitable that you're going to see at least one drop in any men's weapons division, because these gentlemen have to go so hard and throw so many difficult tricks to give themselves a chance to be successful.
You know, while Alex is going to continue to perform on the stage, I have to say, I was looking at the lights earlier when we were doing our sound checks, and our star cameraman Ryan was setting up. He was asking about the lighting. The lighting is professional, but I will tell you, it is bright. So when he's looking straight on, just as he is now, a slight turn to the right or left, you could be looking directly into one of these spotlights. I will tell you an example. I was fighting Brian Ruth one time, and I kept wondering why Brian Ruth was circling me to my right. And I'm thinking, like, he's got to be planning something. And then he hit me in my face, punching me, you know, nothing like a Kentucky guy punching you right in the mouth. But he turned me into those spotlights, so I was temporarily blinded, then he blitzed me. This thing, when happening, when you throw a weapon up, just losing that sight line can result in a drop.
And that's where timing becomes so important. I mean, if you're going to be a world-class weapons competitor, you want to try to master that timing so that even if your vision is slightly impaired, you're able to make those catches. Now, that release that Alex Mancias was doing where the commas split like that, that is a very vision-dependent technique, and that could explain the drop there. We'll have to go back and kind of study the film with Alex to figure out exactly what happened. But Alex dropping does not take Team Paul Mitchell out of the race, as Jake Presley is still yet to come. And right now, we have the Black Mamba himself, Rashad Eugene of the newly formed Team Diamond from Damian Rodriguez.
One of the most creative competitors out here, bar none. This young man will do things that you can't even think of in your dreams.
And a fan favorite, too.
And a fan favorite. On top of that, extremely talented. Follow him on social media. He does great design for tennis shoes. He is in the dojo working at 6 a.m. by himself. This young man is hungry, and he is coming for you at the top spot.
He's performing the double bow, originally innovated by the likes of Jarrett Liker and then popularized by Reed Presley, who I shared many great battles with. Jarrett, the first one to do it in competition, and then I believe Reed was the first one to actually win a grand championship with it.
I mean, one bow is hard enough to track itself, but let alone a second.
Well, it's all about what you do, right? It's all about the techniques that you throw. So these competitors like Jake Presley coming up with a single bow could match the difficulty. It all comes down to how he choreographs it. But talking about difficulty, that double release, being able to spin, catch one bow, turn around, catch the other, that is impressive. High level of difficulty to close out Rashad Eugene's ever so intense routine.
Always a fun guy to be around, has a smile on his face. I mean, it's just a joy to be around. This competition just got real.
And now you'll notice with the double bows, a lot of times those bows are a little bit shorter. When we see Jake come out, his bow is going to be approximately his height. And as a single bow competitor, this little Easter egg for somebody in the audience that dared me to say this on the stream, I like big bows, and I cannot lie.
Someone, that dare has been paid off.
But now let's get serious as Jake Presley takes the stage. My sync partner for many years. I'm probably more nervous than he is right now.
Well, the tough part about this is when you have teammates up there, and if a drop does happen, you have to suffer it twice. The individual competitor, if they drop once, they only suffer the loss one time. But, you know, and God forbid that Jake drops. I'm pretty sure he's got this well in hands.
I certainly hope so, Mallory. A serious tone to Jake's music. Now, for those of you tuning in at home, do not blink. Jake is one of the fastest with this weapon in the entire sport. Striking, spins, manipulations, releases, you name it. He is lightning.
Now, this is one of your old team sync partners. How did you all manage to actually come up with a routine where you all live in two different places?
Well, we did a lot of it at tournaments together. Whenever we would compete at these events, and Jake was in the junior division and I was up in the adult division, we would spend time before these events working together, getting the forms ready. But right now, Jake is at center stage, going for one of his signature moves. Release over the top, swing, back roll, into, double spin with the catch. Oh, hooks it into the arm, but then he uses the tip of the bow as a support for his cartwheel going into the tricking combo.
I almost missed that.
Well, it was some improvisation there. Double spin, box cutter release, catching on the knee. That's another signature of Jake's. Closing it out. Astro belt, whipping the bow around the body. Double spin, catch behind the back, and the finish. Cool to see Jake finishing that routine with a double spin, catch behind the back. In my first ever attempt to win a Warrior Cup, that was the first technique that I tried to throw against Michaela Johnson. Unfortunately, when I threw that 2.5 spin, I suffered a drop, and Michaela Johnson was able to win that Weapons Warrior Cup. But fortunately, I was able to come back in years past and hit that 900. So seeing Jake hit that move at the end of his form, that means something. I like that a lot.
I think you've made up for that in the years since. Now, Ramel is a competitor that has been around for quite a while. When I was actively out there competing, Ramel was out there, and he still is competing today.
Ramel, definitely the veteran of this division, coming out with the whip chain, a kung fu stylist.
You know, I have to admit, this weapon always draws your attention, and I like to have some distance when I watch this, just because of the sound it makes. And it makes me want to take a step back and admire this. I don't envy that close-up view the judges have right now.
And that is a signature technique of any top whip chain competitor, being able to lay down on the ground and hop over the whip chain like that. I remember seeing the great John Su do that a few times.
That's right, he did use this weapon.
A solid performance from Ramel Gargales. And that will do it for this division. We have Alex Mancias, who suffered the drop. We have Rashad Eugene's double bow. We have Jake Presley's single bow. And then we have the whip chain of Ramel Gargales.
Well, another tough night for the judges again. Now, you still keep them into track of traditional versus modern. Where are we at with that? I think I've lost score.
I have not been keeping count, but these judges have been very fair, going either way. It seems that the judges are going with the performance that they thought was higher quality. They're not favoring traditional or CMX. They're doing the right thing, and they're going with the form that deserves to win the division in many cases. And that's exactly how it should be. And it'll be interesting to see, like we've talked about before in this show, are they going to notice those little mishaps by Jake Presley? Are they going to notice that he had to improvise on that tricking pass? Are they going to notice that when he caught that 2.5 spin behind the back, it got stuck back there a little bit? That could weigh heavily on the judging here.
The score is still being tabulated by the judges right now. It's a bit of an interesting decision to make.
The score for Alex Mancias, 49.75. Next up, Rashad Eugene.
Scores have been moving around all over the place on our end behind the scenes. 49.93. That just might be enough to edge out Team Paul Mitchell's Jake Presley. Let's see. Jake would need to pull a 10 to get ahead.
49.92.
Very close.
Jake is unable to pull that 10. Rashad has a 1/100th of a point advantage.
49.85.
And Rashad, the Black Mamba Eugene, by 1/100th of a point, is going to take this win. What an exciting men's weapons division, and he will now advance to the Warrior Cup final.
I mean, a fantastic, exciting performance by this young man out of Homestead, Florida. As I mentioned, and you mentioned before, Team Diamond, Damian Rodriguez started a new team. Damian, a great competitor in his own right. It looks like he's got some fire on that team that just started.
Absolutely. I remember watching Damian Rodriguez win the Pan American Internationals overall Grand Championship and then doing a backflip to celebrate. That was probably 2007 when I was just getting started on the league.
One of the great things also remember about that, doing the gender reveal, I think he did a 540 to kick open a balloon or something like that to reveal the gender of his kids. He's a great person to center a team around.
Absolutely. So Rashad Eugene advances to the Warrior Cup final, where Jake Presley awaits with a shot at revenge because he won the Traditional Weapons Grand Championship, which gives him a berth into the Warrior Cup final. So it'll be interesting to see that rematch, this time with Jake in a white uniform, Rashad staying in the black uniform with the CMX performance.
Looks like we're finally getting that team demonstration of Team Sideswipe. This should be good.
The world-renowned Sideswipe performance team, known for their ability to tell a story through their demonstrations, as we're going to see right now, and you see the red logo on the back of overall grand champion Aiden Kennedy.
As Mike Chad had mentioned before, this team has been around the world entertaining our troops. They've been, you name it, they've been there to perform.
And I get the vibe that this might be an anime-inspired performance. If we've got any anime fans in the chat, make sure that you drop those comments.
I'm just really trying to imagine these young competitors here. How cool will it be to maybe go up to your teacher and say, hey, I need 3 weeks off of school because I'm going to bomb to entertain for our young servicemen and servicewomen over there.
Well, I would hope that any teacher would be receptive of that, because some of the things that Team AKA and Sideswipe does for the community, just doing good by other people, that's something that John Sharkey is known for, and I love it anytime that we see Team AKA or Sideswipe going out and doing those charitable events for the troops or whatever it may be.
Absolutely agree. That is a great tradition. I'm glad that it's still continuing to this day. I do believe
it seems like we're inching closer to those point fighting divisions. Is one going to be next?
Let's check the schedule. This is updating live as we speak, so let's see here. I do believe we might be ready to introduce our sparring judges. Let's see, let's make sure. We're going to wait on that. But, you know, one of the things to think about is that these competitors have competed all this weekend. You had open weight, you've had the division runs off, and there's a story in each one of those. Whereas we mentioned before, talking about Cam Dawson, and then the young Tyson Ray, and then Abib Ben Wally, who's coming down from the 30 division, and then D Stacks, another disciple of Jesse Ray from Team Next Level. I mean, we haven't even talked about the ladies yet. Let's keep it out there. We have not talked about the ladies yet, but the guys out here, what you're going to see for sparring, you've got some of the best sparring competitors out here in North America that we'll see on this stage tonight. And let's forget, there have been a lot of competitors that were edged out by these four gentlemen that will come to the stage. I mean, from Team Dojo, Ryan George was eliminated by his teammate Cameron Dawson. There are a number of people that just didn't make it, but did win their division. You know, it's going to be, you know, all the marbles.
Well, and that's one thing. Coming out of that Jesse Ray camp, there has been so much talent tearing it up. We saw Anthony Merricks make it to the finals of that 30-plus division and suffered a very, very close loss to Abib Ben Wally. And then you look at the lightweight division, where Tyson Ray and James Poore met to determine who was going to go to the semifinal, but showing true sportsmanship for each other, they decided not to fight each other. They actually flipped a coin between Tyson Ray and James Poore to decide who was going to advance to the next round. A great show of camaraderie between the two, and showing that really it doesn't matter who gets the glory. It matters that they as a family are able to work together and find a way to come home with a Warrior Cup. And Jesse Ray's camp has two opportunities to do that tonight with Tyson Ray and Darren D. Stacks Payne.
You know, we talked about before about some of the forums competitors. Looks like we are in commercial. We're going to let it go.
And we are back as we're transitioning to our next division. Right on cue is Mike Chat.
You know what? As we start to introduce our sparring judges, I think it goes without saying that we're going to introduce two-time Warrior Cup winner Terry Kramer, who's going to be our center judge. And let me just tell you right now, you need a guy like that that will control the ring. You know, fighting is emotional, but he's got the clear eyes, he's got the way to control this ring, and all of our other well-qualified judges to make sure every competitor has a fair chance at this Warrior Cup.
And Terry Kramer does a great job of that. That's why he is such a mainstay as the center referee for a lot of these major championships that you see in sport karate. And an all-time great fighter himself.
This is true. Don't be on the other end of his punch. I will highly suggest to not do that. 0 out of 5 stars.
And so our first semifinal matchup will be Abeda Benwali versus Darren D-Stacks Payne.
D-Stacks is in the all red with the red headgear that says next level on the back of the gi, fighting out of New York under Jesse Ray School. Abeda Benwali, fighting out of Florida, has the white headgear. Now, if you're not familiar with this before, if you've never seen this, this is point sparring. You need a majority of the judges to call to give a point. 1 point will be awarded for all hand techniques, 2 points for all kicking techniques. Legal kicking targets are above the belt, excluding the neck, and the entire headgear. That means the back of the head. So is the same with punches, whether it be a ridge hand, back fist, reverse punch, any type of punches. There's no ground fighting. You cannot run out of bounds. And once again, all judges are needed, a majority of judges, to award a point.
And it is a game of speed. If you have not watched point fighting before, keep your eyes peeled because these fighters are fast. Fighters exchanging a few kick attempts, trying to get their spacing down. Now we see them working the fakes.
And as you mentioned, this is a game of speed. You're going to be seeing a lot of fakes, a lot of movement in and out, as looks like D-Stacks takes a 1 point lead. Stacks fighting his left side forward, delivers a reverse punch to Abed. He goes down temporarily. Looks like it's an equipment adjust. I'm not sure. The judge the handgear may have been wrecked. Looks like there's an issue here, perhaps with his hand. Now, Abed has fought full contact before, so there could be a lingering injury. We don't know at this time. Let's see if a medic is needed to go to the stage.
Seems like there's some hesitation in getting the medic, but they do decide to send the medic to the stage. You get the feeling that Abeda probably didn't want to have to call up the medic. He was probably hesitating there like, do I want to have to do this? And then he knows, it's probably better that I watch out for myself and get it checked out.
You know, and just as you mentioned like that, there's a lot of adrenaline going on and everything, and you have to think about tomorrow. You have to think about, you know, what's going to happen. We're not sure with the hand. The medics or the professionals are going to take care of that. They're going to take a look at it. I can recall one time I was fighting Alex Lane, and I got hit in the shoulder, and I didn't realize I was leaning on the ground when I realized I could not feel my right arm. And that was a stinger, and, you know, it was... my mother was actually watching at that time, so she's, you know, obviously concerned for my safety, just as we're concerned with the fighter that's here as we get everything checked out. And that's why we have professional medics on staff at these tournaments.
Absolutely. And even though sport karate point fighting is a limited contact event, fighters are supposed to show control. This obviously was not an act of any kind of lack of control. It was just one of those mishaps where, you know, two humans that are trying to hit each other, they collide at just the right angle, and sometimes those injuries occur. But, you know, Abeda's getting checked out. It looks like it might be taking the hand wrap off or reapplying the hand wrap. So it looks like he is okay, and they're going to resume this fight here shortly.
You know, just to piggyback on one of our commentators, one of our comments in the stream, you know, this individual said he would think it's a thumb. I have actually been side kicked in the thumb and seen my thumb bend all the way backwards in that exchange. It is not fun. It was one of those things where I was like, I better get this point because this is going to hurt when it snaps back. D-Stacks was awarded that point of that last exchange. It's 2-0, 1 minute 41 seconds to go. Stacks with the 2 point lead. He's playing the outside now, staying away from the long legs of Abeda, and let's just see if he's going to be able to continue to play the outside game, or is he going to go in for more points?
Still a lot of time left in this match. We are seeing some offense. Not enough from the judges, nothing on that exchange.
So in that case, the judges did not agree that a point was actually scored. We saw D-Stacks knock the leg down and then throw a body punch, but the judges did not agree. There's a quick back fist that D-Stacks threw, no confirmation, so these gentlemen keep fighting.
And you will see fighters sometimes after a clash lift their hand in the air. That's them calling their own point, saying, hey, judges, did you see that? As we see D-Stack score a point right there.
You know, it's a way of kind of slightly trying to manipulate the judges. Sometimes it works. Some judges hate it. You know, they don't like that. But as my instructor would tell you, don't call your own points. Keep fighting till the judges say stop.
D-Stacks takes off with the blitz and is able to score.
So 4-0 with just about 30 seconds to go. What Almeida needs is a quick set of kicks to get him back in this game. And also the thing is, the D-Stacks knows that too.
So he's going to be playing defense on those kicks.
Not trying to give up an instant kick, but that looks like there was a point. No, that was not a point awarded to Almeida. Still 4-0. We've got 18 seconds to go.
D-Stacks working some fancy arm fakes there as he goes on the offensive. Less than 10 seconds remaining.
Another great time and body punch by D-Stacks. It's really, like you said, it's a game of timing and it's a game of speed. To be able to wait until your opponent lifts their leg out, blitzing in, avoiding the leg, and punching the body is skill. That is all skill.
Absolutely, and much respect to Abeda Ben Wally representing the senior division. He qualified for the Warrior Cup finals here, making it to the semifinal by winning the 30 and over year-old fighters grand championship. And then Darren D-Stacks Payne is up here as the winner of the open weight division, which is a very difficult division to get a win in. He made it all the way through that, and that's why you see him on stage tonight. So given the path that they took to get here, many people would have considered Darren Payne to be the favorite, but certainly an admirable performance from Abeda Ben Wally.
I still don't like that they call over 30 seniors. It just bugged me. Taking the stage first is Cameron Dawson, representing Team Dojo. They've had a very successful weekend as well. A lot of fighters out and doing their things. And over to the right, you see father and son. Yes, father and son. Jesse Ray preparing his son Tyson for work. And Cameron Dawson, very respectful, walks over to shake the hand of Jesse Ray. Cameron Dawson's dad and Jesse Ray were teammates of mine on Team Elite way too many years ago, so the respect is there.
And we have a David versus Goliath matchup. Cameron Dawson, the heavyweight, Tyson Ray, the lightweight.
Now in this case, weight does play a role in point sparring. You want to be fast. It's a game of speed. As you see that Tyson Ray got that back fist over there and maybe a second repeat with a 2-point lead using speed alone. Now, of course, Cameron knows this, and he's going to start putting the pressure on Tyson with those kicks. And I will definitely tell you that you want to be somewhere else when Cam Dawson kicks.
That is for sure. I'd love to hear what the horsepower is behind a Cam Dawson kick. You know, with UFC going on tonight, we've heard a lot about how Francis Ngannou's punch packs a lot of horsepower in it. I'd love to know what the horsepower is of a Cameron Dawson defensive side kick.
Well, I'd like to say that the reason why I'm still sitting here breathing is he's pulled some of those he's thrown at me. Dawson on the scoreboard with 1-2. Looking, trying to see that clock. Cannot see it from here, but it's under, just a little bit under a minute. Quick movement by Tyson, trying to blitz and score right away on Cam, but it was well scouted by Cam. He moved out the way. Still no calls. 2-1. Tyson Ray is leading.
We're seeing exchanges between the speed of Tyson Ray and the expert counter-striking of Cameron Dawson.
You know, there's something to be said. When you get countered, it makes your technique shorter and shorter each time.
And Dawson takes the lead, 3-2.
Dawson is edged ahead, throws a kick there. Not any calls. Dawson still clings to a 1-point lead.
We've got 35 seconds on the board. And Cam, now, he knows he has the lead now. He's going to be playing towards the clock, but not giving up straight, not giving up anything. Tyson is not in his slouch either. He's going to continue to push forward. This young man wants a Warrior Cup.
20 seconds remain as Cameron Dawson is awarded a point. He has a 2-point lead. Tyson Ray is in striking distance if he can land a kick. Cameron Dawson tacks on another 3-point lead with 7 seconds remaining.
Now, even though there's not a lot of time left, it's still possible to come back if you score a head kick and get right back to the line and score a punch. In this case, time has unfortunately run out for Tyson Ray. It is 6-2. Dawson will advance to fight D Stacks. Maybe D Stacks will be able to avenge for next level schools.
Did you catch that glance there from Cam Dawson? I'm not quite sure who he was looking at, but it seems like somebody might have said something that Cam Dawson didn't like. And Cam is not somebody that I would want to upset.
Listen, if you're going to keep an enemies list, his name is not going to be on it for me. I'm not exactly sure as I look over to that side trying to see maybe somebody said something. Who knows? You know, a lot of this, even though the stage is about 30 or 40 feet away from us, you can hear everything that's being said on that stage. So if someone is saying something that you don't like, you will hear it.
That's one thing that a lot of people watching from home may not realize is that when you're on that stage, you hear just about everything, especially within those first couple of rows. You hear what the fans have to say. You hear those conversations. Sometimes you even hear some of the banter between the judges, and it's important to be able to close that out and just focus on the task at hand. And that's true for forms fighting weapons, doesn't matter. You have to be able to close out all those distractions because when you're on a nighttime stage like this, there's plenty of them around.
This is true, but also some of that is a little bit of intelligence. You may hear your opponent say, hey, try this on them, try that, or do this. So that's giving you some intelligence and knowing what's going to come next. It definitely can be used to work to your advantage.
And let's not forget that that sets up an exhilarating final, a clash of heavyweights between Cam Dawson and Darren Payne for the Warrior Cup. We will stand by and wait for that as we watch a few other divisions unfold, but that's what everybody's going to be looking forward to.
All right, looks like we got some women's team sparring, and the rules are just the same as before, except you have two competitors in this case, and total points are scored. We have Revolution in the green, black, and white, and Team Velocity in the black, red, and yellow.
Team Velocity, coached by Murphy Gonzalez, widely respected coach in the sport, coached Team USA at the WKC World Karate Commission World Championships. As Richard Plowden was busy hosting the event, he called up Murphy Gonzalez to coach the team fighting.
Murphy did a great job with those United States athletes, too. It was very exciting to watch. On the other side, this team is coached by, it looks like, Edgar Cordova, who is from Guatemala, but also a Team Revolution member.
Recently called up by Cannell Lovelace to be one of the head coaches of this team.
All right, looks like the first two fighters coming out. We got a right side forward versus left side forward. This will make it a little bit interesting match because you've got that open body. Both competitors can throw back leg round kicks or backhand techniques. We'll see how this is going to play out.
Alexa Fleshman of Team Revolution on the offensive, and she will score with that attack.
Just as I mentioned before, throwing a ridge hand, a little short technique, a little ridge hand to the body. Sometimes that's very hard to see because your opponent sees your weight shift, your front leg turn, and you're not exactly sure what's going to come down that pipe, and a ridge hand can slink in there. If they're really nasty, throw it to your head, ring your bell.
These Lady Warriors still feeling each other out, trying to get the spacing right. We saw Fleshman take off on that attack, and now we see Velocity coming at her and able to secure the point. We are tied.
I do believe that's Peyton from Team Velocity, if I could see from here. You notice a lot more kicking for the ladies. A little bit more flexibility on this side, a little bit more control. And as Alex gets ahead with 2-1, 44 seconds to go in this opening match. You know, sometimes you'll see some of the fighters, they'll slide up and they'll stop. That is a part of the strategy. Sometimes you want to do something to see how your opponent is going to react. In that case, well scouted that she noticed she was coming at that body punch, threw a side kick. I don't think it scored, but you know what? Guess what? She'll think twice about throwing it next time.
Yeah, and the only reason that didn't score is because it looked like it landed on the shoulder, which is not a target area. It has to be to the front of the torso or to the head. Most of the time you'll see that defensive side kick land on the torso.
Looks like it's all tied up. Velocity's tied up 2-2. We've got 2 seconds left, and we will go into our second round with a 2-2 tie. Anybody's game at this point.
And in the second round, Team Revolution will send out what you could say is their ace. And Jimena Jañero won double grand championships twice on the circuit last year, winning the open weight and the women's overall at the Pan American Internationals and the American Internationals.
It was great to be around. Forgave me for mispronouncing her name at the banquet. Got a chance to see her fight in the WKC this past November in Florida. She was out there just, you know, another amazing fighter, another great human being out in the circuit.
Seeing a little bit more activity from these ladies early on in their round.
No point awarded on that last exchange. I thought there was going to be a point going to velocity, but judges didn't see it that way. A lot more movement. Him using every part of the ring, trying to set up some strategy here. No point awarded. Still 2-2. 1 minute to go in this match.
And clearly Murphy Gonzalez's strategy in this last round was to have his fighter be aggressive, pumping the leg, following up with hands. Seems like the pace is slowing down just a little bit. We'll see which fighter that favors.
There's a quick blitz. Let's see it score. Did it score? Kramer calls for nope, and that is no confirmation there. When your coach is asking you to pressure, you've got to be able to pressure depending on who you're fighting. You know, if they're coming with the lightning quick legs, you got to be able to smartly pressure without giving up points. That's a point score for Team Revolution. 3-2, they lead, 22 seconds to go.
Now with the lead, we'll see some more movement from Jimena, trying to maintain it. She goes on the offensive.
Sneaks that body punch in there and goes up by 2 points. 8 seconds to go. It's go time for velocity if they want to take this home. Jimena's going to play the edge. She's going to move around, throwing some fakes, trying to keep her honest. And time has expired. And Team Revolution will take this ladies team sparring match home.
Much to the delight of team owner Cannell Lovelace as we see him high-fiving to the side of the stage.
I did speak to Cannell earlier today, and he says, hey, we're on the rise. Revolution has definitely picked up some major players, and they've got a stake in the sports karate world now.
And they are deep in the women's fighting division. I was talking to him earlier as well. I think he told me they have 8 female fighters on the roster, which is an incredibly deep roster. A lot of the professional teams have, you know, maybe 2 or 3 female fighters. To have a roster that's 8 deep is really impressive.
That is a lot of ladies to carry, and they have definitely monopolized the sports karate fantasy world for that. So definitely check your sports karate fantasy scorecards to know and keep that knowledge at hand.
And we have Samantha Sudduth presenting this award, a legend on Team AKA. She had a great junior career in this sport, won ISKA US Open World Championships. Tragically was in a pretty serious automobile accident that kind of forced her to retire from sport karate, but she was a great extreme martial artist and bow practitioner when she was at the top of her game, and so it is great to see Sammy Sudduth making an appearance here.
Definitely so. On stage,
embrace.
Cannell Lovelace taking time to embrace the ladies on his team. Very proud of them. He's definitely been at this game for a while, so I know he's very happy to see that success for his teammates tonight.
And according to our on-site announcer, Mike Chat, it sounds like we might get some men's team fighting up next. And that is the case as we see Team Next Level taking the stage and Team Dojo to the left side.
Looks like they might switch positions. Yep, that is the case. Team Dojo will be to our right, and Team Next Level will be in red to our stage left.
A little bit of musical fighting positions there.
You know what? It's interesting because one of the things you can do is one of the things that Gerald Dawson, Cam Dawson's father, told me as my instructor is like, pick the side you want and go over there and just stand. You go over there and decide what side you want to start the fight on. If they make you move, make them move you. Because if you want to come in there and establish, this is where I want to fight, go ahead and do this. A little part of the head games the fighters play.
And that's something to always keep in mind. Every fighter on stage right now is very cerebral. They're going through the different situations. These coaches, Jesse Ray of Team Next Level and Josh Horwedge of Team Dojo Elite, they're going to be playing a chess match to try to get the best matchups to give their chance a team to be successful. You know, a lot of people think that in point fighting it just comes down to who's got the best fighters, who's got the best anchor, which would be typically the last fighter that fights and is widely regarded as the best fighter on the team. But in my years of watching team fighting, it is all about matchups. You've got to get those matchups right and maximize your scoring whenever you can.
You're absolutely right about that. To quote Mike Conroy, who was a coach of mine for many years, you want to be in control of who you send out. And one of his strategies has been like, he knew who he's going to send out first. He had his ace in the hole, whether it was that fantastic team of Jason Borelli, Trevor, or Damian Gilbert, who is now the coach of John Paul Mitchell. He would send out, okay, I'm going to send out Jason first. Now, the other team has to deal with that, okay? So Mike is sent out, and now you got to send out next. So you got to decide who you're going to send out against, either Trevor or Damian. And those could be switched out interchangeably. And looks like we have Ryan George from Team Dojo. And I do believe that's Tyson Ray?
Yes, Tyson Ray.
Now, Tyson's getting a lot of experience, a young man in the sport. He is fighting some of the best of the best.
And Ryan George, otherwise known as RPG, is known for his explosive fighting style. We see Tyson striking first blood.
And getting second blood, too, with 2-point lead.
Quick back fist there from Tyson Ray.
The hand speed of Tyson Ray is just impressive.
Looks like Tyson Ray might want some revenge on Team Dojo after suffering that loss to Cam. Spin kick.
Ryan with almost a spin kick of his own was blocked by the back of Tyson Ray. You know, they've quietly jumped out to a 4-point lead for a next level. Make that 5-point lead. Hook kick, did it hit? Was that the shoulder or the headgear?
Oh, they call the hands of Ryan George. One thing that's important is you got to think about from the judge's perspective. Can the judges see the technique land clearly? And if a fighter is just unlucky and they might land a technique, but if it's at just the right angle, the judges can't see it, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to score.
You know, I'll take a page from Raymond Daniels, another, you know, I think you might have heard of him in this sport. Raymond would always say you've got to turn your opponent so it gives the judges your best angle to score. So if you know that you have your right leg out there and the judges are to your right side, that's where you want to have them so they could see clearly. We in this first round match with Team Next Level 6 and Team Dojo Elite 4. That's a workable distance for both teams. With Team Next Level having to defend that 2-point lead, and Team Dojo hungry in the hunt to two points to score to tie it. All right, now we're talking about strategy. Looks like we're sending out James Poor, another lightweight fighter, so you're dealing with speed. And Team Dojo Elite, let's see here. Trying to ID the fighter here.
I believe that's Devin Hop.
That is the Hop.
Not to be confused with DeAndre Hopkins.
Time's involved. Score 6-4.
And this is interesting because James Poor is in a position where he needs to score some points now. A lot of the times with the next level strategy, they want to have James Poor in a situation where he's got a lead and he can move around and prevent the other team from scoring because he is an expert at movement in the point fighting ring. But now James Poor, he's going to need to score some points to overcome this deficit.
Good side kick. Did the judges see it? Or did they score it? Yes, a 2-point side kick right there. As you mentioned, lightning quick speed there showed by Poor. Moving in and out, controlling the distance. This is where sometimes a shorter fighter or a smaller fighter against a larger fighter, the shorter fighter has the advantage. You're always going to be short. My philosophy is that I'm not going to wake up 6'1" the next day. So therefore, I'm going to use the reaction for speed for my advantage.
James Poor takes a tumble, coming up with a little bit of a limp. He grabbed at his knee for a second. Might have just tweaked it.
Which is definitely easy to do on these mats. Hopper with some great offense. Earns a score there.
8-5.
And I love how much of James Poor's personality you can see when he fights. Earlier in this match, you saw Devin attempt a little bit of a fake, and James just shook his head. Nope, you're not going to pull that on me.
Team Dojo Elite closing to within 1 point. And you know, it's a game also, it's a mental game. You don't want to be intimidated. A lot of these fighters, they're well familiar with each other. Maybe they're from the same dojo, maybe from the same area, but they know each other. They know the strengths and weaknesses. They know who they're fighting. Looks like we get a preview of the Warrior Cup final with Cameron Dawson on the right and D Stacks on the left. So this is a preview of the final Warrior Cup fight you're going to see. This can be interesting here because sometimes you get the best of one fighter and you know you're going to fight that person later, and you can say, okay, all right, I got him figured out.
This will be very interesting. I cannot remember any time in recent memory at the AKA Warrior Cup that the fighters that were about to face off for the cup were facing off in team fights. This is a very unique scenario unfolding here.
This is true. Let's see how D-Stacks is going to react to this situation. He's coming out kicking against Cameron Dawson. That's good.
Notice the similarities in their style. These guys train together. D-Stacks, in many ways, learns a lot from Cam Dawson. He takes a lot of pages out of Cam's book, so to speak. And so it's very interesting to watch this chess match.
You're exactly right about that, Jackson. Last time I was at Cam's school, D was there and trained with us.
9-8, next level lead.
Next level, clinging to a 1-point lead. D-Stacks stumbles. Dawson helps him up.
Slipped.
Next level, still with that 1-point lead. Let's see what the judges saw here. No call.
Yeah, it didn't look like anything was clean there, although I do respect the rear leg round kick attempt by Cam Dawson.
Definitely so. That brings a lot of power, but it's got to hit a scoring target. Next level with a 2-point lead now. 38 seconds to go. Calling for confirmation at that point. Cameron Dawson wanted to see the flags again, making sure that point was right. Sometimes in all the excitement, you know, you can miscount. And so the fighter can call for a recall for the points to be shown. Dawson standing right there for that hook kick, avoiding it, and then firing that point off, closing the lead to 1.
And that's world class right there. Not every fighter can do that. To stand there right in the pocket when somebody like D-Stacks is throwing kicks at you, to not flinch and then throw the counter, that is high level stuff.
And then ties up the match right there. We've got 7 seconds to go. Now here's where you make a decision. Do I try to get the quick score, or do I play to overtime? And at the buzzer, Cameron Dawson scores the back fist and steals, or is it win by 2? No, we've got a confirmation. You must win by 2. So okay, advantage Team Dojo. You're up 1 point. Now D-Stacks has to think, I've only got 1 life left. I can't give up this point. But Cameron Dawson also knows I've only got 1 point and I'm home.
And be on the lookout for that lead hand of Cam Dawson. He loves to use that in tight situations, whether it's a back fist or a ridge hand. We just saw him use it there to get the lead. Watch that right hand of Cam Dawson.
And if you're familiar with Cam Dawson, you know that his dad, that was a stable weapon for him. Head kick, did it score? Let's see. Did it go around the guard and hit him in the back of the head? Not enough there. Two judges, not 3. Back fist attempt by Dawson. Did it get in? One point award to the Team Dojo in lead, and they are going to win this and take it home. That was your preview for the World Cup. Will history repeat itself? I don't know. We'll have to see later on in the show. Fantastic match between these
And with those two guys training together as consistently as they have, you've got to wonder, will strategy change much? Because with the similar fighting styles and the way they went about that round, they each tried to fight their own fight. We didn't really see many adjustments, and I think that that's probably a good idea. Fight your own fight and try to take your style to your opponent and see if that works out. Darren Payne probably has a little bit of a speed advantage and a length advantage just watching him move around, but Cameron Dawson is Cameron Dawson.
Yeah, and you know what? Just as you mentioned before, the aforementioned UFC fight tonight, you've got 2 competitors fighting for the heavyweight belt that have trained together. And a lot of times, when you have guys that train together, guys know, who's getting the better of who in the dojo. You know that, and that's usually not a conversation. It's not a comfortable conversation to have when you're competing against someone to talk about, like, well, who gets the better of whom all the time. There's kind of like a big brother, little situation going on in there, and the conversation is going to be had in the dojo, and then the conversation is going to be had on the mat at an event like this.
And one thing that's interesting when you watch Cameron Dawson is that he's got this switch that he can flick, right? When he knows that he's in control of a fight and he knows that the person across from him doesn't have a chance to beat him, and when there's more respect for the opponent and Cam steps it up a notch and he knows that this is the time that he's got to be at his very best.
The next division is our adult forms Warrior Cup final. Competing tonight will be Mason Stowell, Samuel Diaz, Shaquan Parson, and Haley Glass.
And ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all been waiting for. There are 6 Warrior Cups to be awarded this evening, and you're going to get them all in a row. First up is the Adult Forms Warrior Cup. You have the winner of the Men's CMX Forms Overall Grand Championship, Shaquan Parson. You have the 30-plus winner of the Forms Grand Championship in Samuel Diaz III. You have the traditional winner in Mason Stowell, and then you've got the Lady Warrior Haley Glass representing the women's division, trying to step up and show these guys who's boss.
Now, one of the things, you've got a whole basement full of these things. How heavy is this Warrior Cup?
They're about as heavy as you would expect. You know, I'm known to lift them over my head when I win them, but it's that's not easy. You got to practice to make sure you can do that and not make yourself look like a fool.
Now, as we're talking about this award, this prestigious award that is given out, you'll see it on the stream a little bit later on. I've always wondered, how do you get this home?
Well, actually, the AK Warrior Cup does a great job of shipping the Warrior Cup winners their Warrior Cups. So it'll be packaged up in a box, and you'll get it a couple months later, because shipping something that big takes some time.
Yes, indeed it does.
With Sofia Rodriguez Flores taking the stage, we're going to put that Adult Warrior Cup final on hold, and we are going to have some junior competition first. Much like the performance that we saw from Sofia before, she's doing the musical traditional routine. Looks like this will be the same kata that she used to win the overall Grand Championship. Now coming here in the Warrior Cup round, staying true to her strategy.
Can lightning strike twice?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Always good.
Laser focus in the eyes of Sofia Rodriguez Flores.
You know, once again, as I just mentioned before, parents that don't have kids involved in martial arts are amazed at the amount of focusing their kids that are involved can attribute. You know, you're focusing on so much, getting that stance right, breathing, striking, little small things that may have been mistakes before, your hand position, keeping your fingers together, your poise. There's a list of things.
In order to secure the coveted Warrior Cup for the traditional routine, you have to be near flawless. So far, so good for Sofia. Beautiful jump, landed cleanly. And sometimes, Mallory, it's just so nice to just sit back and enjoy a truly beautiful kata.
Definitely well said. It's just, the music complements this. Her movements have been precise. It's going to be another tough competition.
And keep in mind, she's matching up with other overall Grand Championship winners that you have seen tonight. And with that bow, she has made her bid to the judges if she deserves the Warrior Cup.
Representing Team Freestyle, let's welcome him back, Judah Sagawa.
Now we have the 13 and under boys forms champion, Judah Sagawa. Be interesting to see if he goes for an upgraded opening move here or if he'll keep the trick that he used earlier.
Hey, go big or go home. This is the time to do it.
And he does. Earlier, he started his form with the double full. There he went double full to the pop flash kick. And that's one thing the judges like to see. Technically, the judges are only supposed to judge on the division at hand. However, the judges are human too, so basic psychology comes into play. When they see a competitor noticeably step it up in the Warrior Cup round, that can absolutely have an impact on the scoring.
It also shows that the competitor is confident enough to modify the routine that this is something different. I'm going to show you something a little bit more this time.
Sagawa looking strong so far. The jump 720 going into the swing trick. Kick at the end. To the back with the X out landing on the knee. We're in the home stretch here for Sagawa. And the gainer with a few more hand techniques to finish it off, and that is the extreme performance of Judah Sagawa. And then he yells, "Thank you, judges." Love the enthusiasm there. Kind of a 90s karate tournament vibe whenever I hear a competitor in their form be like, "Thank you, judges." I enjoy it. It's a little nostalgic for me.
Well, sometimes you got to wake those guys up. This is a long night. You know, they might be, lulled to sleep a little bit. Shock them, wake them up.
Our next competitor representing Team AK. Let's welcome back to the stage, Isabella Nicoli.
Isabella Nicolai, the 13 and under girls forms representative. Now, we have not seen her perform an open form today. We've seen her perform her traditional sword routine, but then she won both of the girls' divisional grand championships, so she automatically advanced to the Warrior Cup round. This is her first forms performance that we'll see tonight. It could give her an advantage as it's a fresh look for the judges.
Now, one thing to talk about right now, she has signaled for music, and there may be a little bit of a technical difficulty. Does this throw you?
Again, depends on the competitor. Looks like they got it started now. A lot of the times, though, it gives the competitor, if they are a little nervous, a chance to reset. They're like, wait, what's going on with my music? Okay, we got that figured out, now I'll do my thing. So sometimes, even though you might think it'll throw a competitor off, it can actually have a little bit of benefit if that competitor was already feeling some nerves and kind of giving them a free distraction so that they can get focused. Refocused, I should say.
Well, looks like she's off and running to her start. Great first pass.
High-speed hand combination, mixing it up well. Lots of different angles and levels. Setting up the tricking combination. Little Sammy Smith-inspired dive roll to kick things off. Going into the flash kick, backside 9, hook, cartwheel, hyper full, meaning that she landed with that right foot coming across for almost an inside crescent kick there before landing the full twist.
And best wishes for Sammy Smith to get back out here. Heal up soon, Sammy.
And Sammy Smith coaching Isabella Nicolai. She's making a recovery from a neck injury. We hope to see her back on the competition circuit soon. Back handspring to the flash. Judges like to see that extra back handspring. They see the round off flash all the time in these extreme forms. Seeing the back handspring in there shows the judges that you're stepping your game up.
Guess who's next?
Now we have, in my opinion, the odds-on favorite to win this event.
You were right
returning from some time off, Aiden Kennedy. If I were to give Aiden Kennedy a nickname, it would be the Prodigy. From the moment that this guy stepped on the mat, his technique was unparalleled at his age. The way that he kicks, his stances, the extension of his hand techniques, the cleanliness of his bow striking when he's running a bow form. We really have not seen anybody with the raw talent that Aiden Kennedy has as he starts with another flawless double cork.
He also has such stage presence, too.
Yeah, you can feel it in the room. Aiden Kennedy owns this room right now. He just needs to hit a clean performance. He's going faster than he was in the first round. He's on fire. Let's see it. We have a shuriken cutter on the way. Touchdown race. Here it comes. Boom. 2 hook kicks. Lands it clean again.
I mean, that almost looked effortless.
And that is the perfect word to describe Aiden Kennedy. Effortless. When he does some of these tricking techniques, it's like he floats. He doesn't even have to try. Wearing the red logoed AKA uniform as a sign of seniority. He finishes the routine and the team AKA faithful going wild. And now it is all in the hands of 7 judges.
And now we wait. You know, speaking of being on teams and everything, when you have your teammates off to the side of the stage or maybe in the audience, when they're cheering for you and you can hear them, how much energy does that give you in a performance?
Oh, there's nothing like it, especially when it's your teammates. And, you know, a lot of these national teams, these players have worked so hard to get an invitation to those teams. And so when you have the support of that team, not just wearing their logo, but the support of your teammates and hearing that in the crowd behind you, there's nothing like it in the world.
The Warrior Cup has been placed in the center of the stage by Mikey Diller. As before mentioned, president of Century, another good sponsor of this event.
Absolutely. And there's nothing like that scene, seeing the Warrior Cup up on the stage, the competitors lined up behind it, everybody on the edge of their seats, waiting to see who is going to have their name etched into history as a Warrior Cup champion. We talk about how black belts are 1% of martial artists, and world champions are the 1% of the 1%. Well, Warrior Cup champions are the 1% of the 1% of the 1%.
49.86. Next up, Judah Sagawa. With a score of 49.83. Next up,
the first couple of scores down to the 49.8s.
49.86.
And with those first 3 scores being down in the 49.8s, that means that Aiden Kennedy is likely to have a clean sweep.
For our Warrior Cup winner with a 49.95, let's give it up for Aiden.
Welcome back, Aiden Kennedy. Nothing says welcome back like coming in one of the most prestigious awards out here in sport karate.
Nothing like it. Aiden Kennedy, 2022 Junior Forms Warrior Cup champion.
And there you see the respect shown to his sensei, John Sharkey. You know, Mr. Sharkey has such a great relationship with all his students. They all love and appreciate him. He does so much for the kids. You know, he's really dedicated his life to doing that.
Absolutely, and that's why, you know, if you hear in the sport karate community, if anybody just says sensei, there's a lot of people who hold the rank sensei, but if somebody just says sensei, they're talking about Sensei Sharkey, and that's the level of respect that is held throughout the community for that man that has changed so many lives in a positive way. And in that embrace with Aiden Kennedy, you see how much that man means to Aiden Kennedy.
So many success stories from Team AKA, whether you go on the Sideswipe or you go off in Hollywood, but also the skills that you learn that are taught in the dojo sets you up for success for life.
And speaking of being set up for a successful life, Aiden Kennedy told me earlier he's finishing high school up this year, and then he's going to be moving to Hollywood to pursue his dreams of being a Hollywood stuntman, maybe a little bit of acting mixed in there too. But he is one of those athletes that's taking that step, like we've talked about in this show already, of going from world champion and now Warrior Cup champion to being one of the stars in Hollywood, turning into superheroes on a weekly basis.
Coming to a screen, big or small, or stream screen, soon to you, Aiden Kennedy.
And he certainly deserves it. You know, when Aiden Kennedy was in the first stint of his career, I trained him for his bow forms, and that's why I know so much about how talented the kid is, but he also works for it. He's earned every ounce of talent that you see up on that stage, and it's really special to see all that pay off in a Warrior Cup tonight.
Let's get on to our next division. Let's see who we got.
So while we're standing by, that's 1 Warrior Cup given, 5 to go. Of these next 5 Warrior Cups, which one do you think, maybe not you're most excited about, but what's going to be the closest? What's going to be the closest contested Warrior Cup from this point forward?
I actually think that this event coming up right now might be the closest. I was just looking at who is coming up and who's in this division. assuming everyone performs up to their capacity, it's going to be difficult to make a decision. I mean, just listening to the competitors that are coming up, each one of these in their own right will win overall at any tournament. But now you have all of them competing together, okay? So now you have the best of the best of the best. Mason Stowell, just coming back from Egypt. How would you like to be 19, traveling the world to keep your ranking for karate? I mean, it sounds like a dream.
That's true. Absolutely. And now his travels have brought him here to Chicago, vying for an AKA Warrior Cup title. Mason Stowell, a student of Jarrett Liker, a juggernaut in the traditional forms division. Statistically, in the 2021 season, he was almost unstoppable.
You know, I was talking to his mother, very unusual. He's homeschooled, and, you know, because this allows him to do, you know, competition like this. And it's just, it's an unusual path to life because it's been centered around karate so much. But you look at what he's done and look at the life he has compared to other peers that are his age. You know, the life experience, the overall experience that he's had up until this point. And there's nothing but big things headed for this young man.
The speed and power is just insane. Oh, and I just noticed as he turns around, it looks like he is wearing the uniform, or at least maybe the name tag that he had when he was competing in Egypt. Maybe a little bit of a flex to the competitors that stay stateside, showing, hey, I go do this all over the world.
That can be a little bit of intimidation. I mean, most people, it's hard enough to go compete in another state, but here you're going to an entire other country.
Beautiful stance. And another one. I mean, this is a master at work. When he performs a kata, it is like a Picasso painting a painting, right? It is a work of art.
Spent a lot of times training with Jarrett Liker, perfecting every single thing from your gaze, your sight line, your hand position. Everything has been refocused over and over again.
And then from this booth at the back of the room, I mean, we can hear the snaps of that uniform as he's throwing these techniques. The amount of power that this man possesses is incredible.
I remember watching him just a couple of years ago. He had actually supplemented his training with weight training to get bigger, to get stronger physically. And it shows.
Let's give it up for Mason Stowell.
And a beautiful traditional kata by Mason Stowell. Going early in this division. Still 3 competitors left with the CMX competitors at the end. That sometimes can have an impact on the way the judges are influenced in their scoring when some of the more exciting, great competitors happen at the end, right? So it'll be interesting to see kind of how the momentum in this division gets carried through. But Mason Stowell certainly setting the bar high.
That's also, if you go first, like you mentioned, you set the bar high. It's now you've got something to live up to. Now you've got to hit higher on that mark.
Now we have another traditional performance by Samuel Diaz III. He was the winner of the 30-plus Forms Grands, qualifying for the Warrior Cup final here. Huge jumping kick to get things started. We notice a different style of traditional karate here from Samuel Diaz. Then showing off the balance, going into the powerful palm strike moving forward. Nice low front stance there. That's almost an old school NASCAR front stance, as deep as that was.
Those deep stances are hard to do and sit in and then recover from.
You're absolutely right, Mallory. Speed isn't just about how fast you can move. It's about how fast you can get going. How fast can you start moving and how fast can you stop moving?
Transitioning from one position to the next.
See another one of those beautiful stances there. Another big jumping technique from Sam Diaz, landing cleanly once again. Representing the more experienced division very well tonight.
Certainly so. You wouldn't believe it by just watching. All the movements are fluid, powerful. That's where the experience counts.
And that will do it for our traditional competitors. Now we have back-to-back 2 creative musical extreme competitors taking the stage.
And one of the things about this young man that is approaching the stage right now, one day I was watching, spending a little time on Instagram, and I was checking in on ESPN, and I see Shaquan Parson on ESPN. Ever since filming some of his tricks and some of the spectacular things that he's doing at his house, training during COVID, he's been featured on ESPN and many other places. His Instagram account blew up absolutely with him showing this talent to the world.
And I think that everyone will see it is because of his absolutely ridiculous ability to fly through the air right on cue, massive Jesus flip.
I think I understand why you guys call that a Jesus flip now.
Oh, you know, because the arms go out sideways. That's what I was taught to call it. Oh, cueing the music after the introduction. Little bit of a twist there.
Hey, anything different to stand out. Shaquan Parsons also representing Next Level South, the same Next Level that we saw earlier in our team sparring.
A crescendo to the music as he performs his opening techniques. And Shaquan showing off his athleticism without even having to move.
Absolutely true. You can see the hours that have been put in to get here to the stage.
And here he goes, taking off those long arms, giving beautiful extension on the hand techniques. A little bit of traditional flair with that double knife hand. And here it comes.
Time to fly.
Up and away. Snapu swipe to start the combo. Huge, going down into the splits. Nice creative setup for the corkscrew there. Watch the hang time he gets here.
1001, 1002.
Massive double flash kick. And then a powerful ending to the high-flying routine of Shaquan Parsons. So impressive, so much athleticism in such a short period of time, and that is, by comparison, a relatively short routine. We're looking at maybe 35 seconds or so, where most routines, even in the extreme division, last around 45 to 50 seconds. May not sound like a huge difference, but one thing you got to think about is, did that routine leave the judges wanting more? Did they want another 10 to 15 seconds of hand combinations or what have you? Because the difficulty in athleticism was clearly there.
Up next we see Haley, Bulletproof Glass, back again. Sole young lady in this division. Let's see if she's going to show the guys how it's done.
Kicks things off quick with a Webster, but unfortunately stumbles back a bit. In a division with as much talent as this one, that could take her out of the running, but she's going to run a strong routine regardless. Good speed on the hand combination. 540 to the knee to start the tricking. Little change of the stance. Right back into the tricking again. Full D-leg to close out that combo. I love the power that Haley Glass brings to her routines. one thing, you know, the women's division, you can either side for the beauty and the grace side, or you can be a competitor that goes for power, or you can be like Haley Glass and mix a little bit of all of it together. She goes hard in her routines, high levels of intensity, and the pure strength that she uses is really impressive. So a little bit of a stumble there at the beginning could be a setback for her, but now it's in the hands of the judges, and we will see who will be crowned a Warrior Cup champion.
I agree with you on that. She definitely brings the power there. A totally nice young lady. You know, you look at her as a competitor, and if she was just walking across campus, you know, Florida University, you'd be surprised to see that she brings this much intensity. You know, definitely got to be intimidating to her fellow students on campus.
The Vice President of the AKA, American Karate Association, co-director of the AKA Warrior Cup, and president of Mat Action.
Looks like we'll have Hunter Lyon taking the stage, co-promoter of this event, along with the great John Sharkey. In the Adult Forms Warrior Cup, one of the highlighted Warrior Cup events historically at the AKA Warrior Cup and formerly known as the AKA Grand Nationals, because there's been so many great forms competitors on Team AKA over the years. So it was always a fan favorite here in Chicago to see the hometown guy make it all the way to the finals. Interesting in this division, it is we don't have any Team AKA competitors. This is all outsiders, if you will.
This is true. That's a very interesting twist to bring to that.
After the high and low drop, it's 49.93 for Mason.
So 49.93 for Mason.
And a 49.93 means that this is close.
Yes.
Score
49.85.
And the score for Shaquan Carson.
This is the moment of truth here.
49.92.
By 100th of a point.
With that 49.93 from Mason, Shaquan likely would have needed a 10 or 2 to be able to overcome it. And as of right now, it looks like Mason Stillwell has it. And he does, with those scores being officially posted from Haley Glass. Mason Stillwell with a score of 49.93 is the Adult Forms Warrior Cup champion.
Razor thin victory there by Mason. I mean, all of these competitors on stage were just amazing.
And a big smile on the face of Mason Stillwell as his hard work pays off, and he is going to take a Warrior Cup championship back home to Colorado. And Mason Stillwell gives the Warrior Cup a big embrace and a kiss as he celebrates. And as those competitors line up to have their picture taken with the newly minted Warrior Cup champion Mason Stillwell, what's next? What are we looking forward to? We had Adult Forms. That's always a huge event. Let's see what we've got next coming up on the schedule.
Let's see. We're going to scroll down here and just update everything here. Looks like I think Sparring is next.
Ooh, might get some fighting back. So those fighting fans, make sure you stay tuned. We've got the Warrior Cup Championship point fight coming up for the men's division as well as the women's division. We saw the women's team fight, but we also get to see some high-level solo competition with the women tonight as well.
Yeah, that's correct. You'll see some high-level competition for the ladies. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up for the men's Warrior Cup division. Will it be a repeat of what we saw in that teams event, as we mentioned? And like I said, we still got the ladies to go. There's still just a little bit more to go in this competition, and I can't wait to see how this is going to shake out.
It sounds like the onside announcer, Mike Chatt, is giving out some thank yous. So I'm going to give him a listen, see if we recognize any names that we want to talk about here. Meanwhile, for those of you in our comments section on social media, be sure to drop those comments. Let us know what has been your favorite performance of the evening so far.
Yeah, what has definitely stood out to you guys? I see Becca Liker, happy that Mason is bringing that cup home as a member of Team Amerikick. You know, she's definitely proud of him. But what has been your favorite portion so far? What has been something that you've looked out for? I know that there are people anxious for sparring. They're ready to see some more fighting going on. But, you know, what's really stood out for you for tonight? You know, for me, and I'll go first. I'll answer my question first. It was definitely that last-second team victory for Team Dojo. I was very impressed the way Cameron Dawson kept his poise to the end, waited, and, you know, he trailed for most of that match. D-Stacks, really didn't do anything wrong. He didn't make any mistakes. But, you know, maybe Cameron was laying a trap that entire time, making him or lulling him into his game and to strike and take that victory at the buzzer.
That's true. That could have been part of Cam's strategy, but I was actually, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to highlight that same moment at the end of the team fight where we got to see this preview between D-Stacks and Cameron Dawson. And if I'm Darren Payne, I feel pretty good. I hung in there with Cameron Dawson at the end of that team fighting final. And if you're D-Stacks, you should feel like you have a chance because you absolutely do. A lot of fighters stand across from Cam Dawson and say, I don't know, man. But D-Stacks can walk into this ring with confidence. He stood toe-to-toe with one of the best in the world, and he's got another chance to prove that he's at that level.
This is definitely true. And, you know, that little seed of wanting to get one back, you know, now he's got that fire. You can't be over-emotional. Cam will use that against you. But, you know, he's a competitor. His coach, Jesse Ray, is definitely prepared him for this moment. It's nothing that is a surprise to him that he's going to see. He's got to utilize his talent, his youth. It's interesting because D-Stacks is actually younger than Cam, and these are still young men here. But, you know, youth is king in this division. It looks like we've got our ladies coming up. And from Team Dojo Elite, Katana Everett and Miss Jimenez from Team Revolution.
Now we are going to get that solo women's fighting matchup that everybody's been waiting for with two of the top women in the sport right now. I mentioned earlier the success that Jimena Janeiro had last year. And then Kitana Everett at the Diamond Nationals came out and won the open weight and then faced Morgan Plowden in the finals.
Morgan's definitely been the one person that's stopping Katana from getting a Warriors Cup. This year, Morgan is not here. So let's see what Katana does with the stage all to herself. I like those stylish green kicks she has on her feet. Katana taking
Janeiro in the green, moving around the outside. Sorry, Mallory, what'd you have?
She was taking control of that ring. You notice that she's firing off those long leg kicks of hers, trying to get an early lead. She's got a 2-point lead just starting off. But you notice the Katana, she throws a lot of fakes, and it's very hard to face someone stand in front of them that are throwing believable fakes. I'm not talking about the stomp your foot type. You think every fake she does that she's coming to blast you with some technique, and it makes you second guess yourself.
We see the movement in the fakes from Jimena Janeiro. That's going to be an essential part of her keys to victory here. With Kitana, the longer fighter, Jimena's going to have to use her movement and some fakes to break that up and try to get inside. Looks like Kitana coming up hobbling just a little bit, though. Hard to tell what happened.
Looks like she put her foot down, the foot kind of extended. It's hard to tell exactly, like you mentioned, what happened. Multiple things could happen. You could have jammed your heel down. You could have hyperextended the kneecap. There are a number of different things. We're going to hope that she's okay. Looks like that Josh Horwich is tending to her coach. We do have the medics attending the stage right now. We're going to take a look, and as the camera refocuses back on us, sometimes, you know, even if you've got something that's a little bit of a, you know, maybe a spike, maybe a toe. I mean, you could roll your toe easily on this. Could be Achilles, could be anything. But, you know, you take this time, let the medical professionals do their job, and you refocus. Now, on the other end, her opponent has got to not let this take her out of the game. She's down by 3. This is a little bit of a break. She can refocus, and she can come back with a plan.
Right, and oftentimes we see injury timeouts legitimate. There are times that fighters sometimes get away with a little bit of a breathing timeout. That is not the case here. We're early in the fight. Kitana's feeling some pain right now. But regardless of the cause of the injury timeout, we often see that be a turning point in a point fighting match. A fighter that's down can start a little bit of a comeback effort because they got that chance to regroup, re-strategize a little bit. There's not technically supposed to be any coaching during an injury, but you hear some coaches chirp some little pointers out there that the fighter can listen to when they're not in the heat of the moment. So it'll be interesting to see if there are any adjustments and any changes to strategy that pop up once we get out of this injury timeout.
Looks like the injury was in her left ankle. She is moving a little gingerly, but she's got her gear back on. 1:17 seconds to go. 3-0. Katana leads, and that's tough if you catch an injury and you're like, hey, I got to survive for this time. And looks like Katana's going to go ahead. She's certainly starting her attack off kicking again, or at least faking. She's bringing up. Nope, she's going to go ahead and kick. And really whipping that front leg around. Attacking with the hook axe kick combination. There's another one. Looks like a kick scored. Let's see if I was correct.
We got her on a follow-up back fist, yeah.
And another sharp right hand. I don't know if her opponent got in there. No, a point's awarded. Okay. So Rosales is on the board, 1-4. Katana leads with that 3-point lead right now. You notice how she's trapping her in the corner? That high chamber she has there when she's just threatening, because that could be a side kick, it could be a hook kick, it could be a round kick. She's kind of got that universal chamber on there, and she has to play guessing games, and if you're wrong, you get hit.
You're completely right, Mallory, and that's what we see. We see him having no choice but to backpedal with that offensive aggression of Katana Everett.
One of the things I would actually give her as a piece of advice, you can retreat, but try to do it in a circle. Try to hook around, almost like a J. Make that motion on the mat, because you go straight back with martial arts like Taekwondo, you're often setting yourself up to running into a technique that's going to come next down the pipe. And you see Katana's throwing like that back leg kick she scored. Now, as you see right there, she did escape. She did temporarily have Katana in the corner right there. That's when you got to press. You got to press. You got to take your advantage for the opportunities you're given. 5 seconds left. Look like Katana's going to walk away with her first Warrior Cup. And unfortunately, looks like a possible injury at the last buzzer. That's very unfortunate. She screamed out, grabbing her knee. I'm looking at her on the stage right now. I don't want to play guessing games to see what happened right now, but I really hope she's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. You never want to see a competitor go down like that. You're hopeful that since she was going to the ground as that happened, that hopefully it was something where she banged her knee against the mat, something like that, that it's not too serious. But we've got medics on the scene, and they're going to take care of her.
It looked like, again, time had expired, and the score was 7-1, but let's let the medics take attendance to her to make sure everything's okay. We're going to let them do their jobs. It's just very unfortunate to see that at the end of the match. A lot of times when you do have an injury like this, your adrenaline level is just so high up, you just don't even know that you may have actually hurt something.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And often we see fighters try to fight through injuries because of that. Fortunately, this is a situation where it seems like there's going to be no pressure for her to have to do that. But yeah, just kind of a somber tone here in the room, hoping that everything's going to be all right.
While those of you that are watching us on the stream, the medics look like they're focusing on the left knee. Taking time to gingerly get her to her feet.
And Everett's now back on her feet, walking gingerly. And it looks like she will be able to continue. There's a little bit of a scare there.
Definitely so.
2 minutes and 42 seconds on the medic timer. On the fight, time is called.
All right, so we're going to get back to it and see that last exchange. 1 point was actually awarded, and it's 7-2.
So we have a score of 7-2. And this appears to be a 2-round match.
A good workout can be elusive, disappearing the moment you look away at some other interest in your schedule. Our attention is divided, and life moves quickly. It can pass you by, even as you're living it. But not you. You make it work. You make the time. The fighting spirit haunts you, and you want to keep it close, right there in your home, where you can keep up the fight. The perfect at-home workout lives on in a new age. The Century Ghost Wavemaster. Ethereal design. Real results.
All right, we are back, 7-2. Katana leads. We have our second round of our Ladies Warrior Cups final. on here. Looks like Katana is getting some coaching in from her coach, Josh Horge. Now, the one thing about that is when an injury occurs at the end of the round like that, this could be a whole different round here. I'm hoping that no one wants to win because of an injury default. Let's see how Katana reacts off of that. And a lot of times, even though you're injured, you go off of instinct, and you're still throwing perhaps that injured, hand or foot by reaction.
Absolutely. Adrenaline starts to take over, and everybody watching from home might see Katana immediately getting this leg back into action. But then when she starts to kind of walk back to the line, there's a little bit of a hobble there. So fortunately, it doesn't seem to be impacting her mobility much when she's fighting, but rest assured, she's feeling some pain.
Definitely so. It looks like she scored in that last exchange. It was 8-2 if I have the score correct. And she's still throwing that leg out there. A great duck under from Katana, but you can see, as you mentioned before, there is a little bit of a hobbling going on there, and her opponent takes advantage and gets in and scores.
Himina trying to shift the momentum in her favor. A minute remaining. It's a tall task to make this comeback, but it is possible.
Not to take advantage of a potential injury, but in this situation, you might want to add in more movement. The score is 8-3, 44 seconds to go. You start cutting angles and everything. You do know your opponent's out there with an injury. They chose to continue to fight. You're not striking at that injury, but you can make things difficult by moving around. That could be a strategy right there. And plus the fact that you're down 5 points, you might have to hit that switch to go for broke now.
Himina takes off, but it looks like Katana may be getting the majority of the judges, and she does.
9-3 is the score, 22 seconds to go.
And a good adjustment that Himina made was starting to use that front hand to check the leg of Katana more, but Katana Everett keeping her lead. She might just be too good.
This is true. Once you got a lead like this, it is hard to recover.
Katana might have tweaked it a little bit there. She was kind of communicating that with a 6-point lead under 10 seconds left, that sometimes both fighters agree to not fight anymore. Himina said, I'm still fighting.
I paid for these last few seconds. I'm going to go ahead and fight. I understand that. I understand also both sides of of that as well. It's that lead was insurmountable at that point. Why go ahead on? But your opponent's there for a reason too. So I do believe the referee's last instruction is protect yourself at all times.
Right, absolutely. And so although there were some unusual circumstances that unfolded throughout that fight, when the dust has settled, Katana Everett is the 2022 Women's Fighting Warrior Cup champion.
And let's definitely hope that if the injury she did pick up is perhaps minor, we would love to see her back soon, of course.
Absolutely. And she's going to want to be back. Coming out as the Warrior Cup champion, she's going to want to continue this season and try to secure a NASCO World Championship. There's a lot of milestones throughout the season as it unfolds that these competitors are searching for that center around some of these major 6A events like the AKA Warrior Cup, the Compete Nationals coming up next, and all these top competitors want to try to do the entire tour.
And this is true, and once you come out, this being the first event of the year, now people know, okay, this person won that. Okay, they've got technically a target on their back. You kind of know who's out there and what they're doing and what they prepared for. So therefore, by shouting out to the entire sports karate world, you won this event, people are going to be gunning for you.
I couldn't agree more. All 6 Warrior Cup champions will also win a target on their back for the rest of the season.
All right, we've got our men's finals here. We've got Cameron Dawson on our left side in the white, purple, and black gear, and D-Stacks from Team Next Level, and the all-red headgear and all-red gi. These two men faced each other at the end of the team sparring round, so let's see if we're going to see a repeat. Looks like D-Stacks is taking a little bit more of a cautious approach. He's not diving right in. Watching out for that front hand and that dangerous hook kick of Cam Dawson.
That was fast.
New father, Cameron Dawson.
Trying to make his son proud tonight.
Great
like his
counter.
dad did so many times.
This is true. Great counterattack by D-Stacks, and he takes the lead with 1-0.
Cam working some of those signature fakes. A master of hand fakes, Cam Dawson.
You know, it's funny because it doesn't really look like something when you're watching so far away, but when it's in front of you, you tend to watch the front hand of your opponent, and it may lull you to sleep, and it may make you forget that something like that is coming. Good side kick. And it scores.
Dawson takes the lead, 2-1. 1 minute left on the clock.
And the maturity of D-Stack showing by his patience here. He's not gunning. He's not trying to be over-aggressive to get a lead on Cam. He's taking his time, and he's picking his shots carefully.
You know, you mentioned that a lot during kata, but the same rule applies here. Staying calm, staying in the moment, not letting the moment be too big for you, and just working your skills. You've got here for a reason. You know, you didn't just walk in off the street here. You've trained for this point, and as he takes the lead with the 3-2 back fist, D-Stacks takes that 1-point lead.
25 seconds left on the clock.
Back fist over the top for D-Stacks. Is that what will score?
It will.
It is.
4-2, Payne leads, 15 seconds on the clock.
This is a 2-round match, so this is not the final 10 seconds.
D-Stack still with a 4-2 lead, 3 seconds to go.
D-Stacks wanted to fire back with that reverse punch, but pulled it back when he saw the Cam Dawson back fist on its way. And we will stall at a 4-2 lead for Darren D-Stacks Payne as we go to the second and final round of the Men's Fighting Warrior Cup. Mallory, what were you seeing in that first round as somebody who is a world champion point fighter yourself?
So one of the things that I did see that D-Stacks is doing, he's showing a lot more patience. Okay, so he is not. You know, team sparring sometimes creates a hurry up, you gotta go. He's taking his time here. He knows this is all on him. He's being very patient. But one of the things you also see on the other side is that Cameron Dawson is changing the cadence in between the techniques. That last exchange right there, D-Stacks was waiting for that body punch, but Cam paused and then tried to throw the back fist. He was just out of range, but that gives a young fighter like that something to think about, like, hey, I know what you're doing. I'm on to you, and I'm throwing a little magic your way too. Let's see how this plays out in this second and final round.
It all comes down to the adjustments. What adjustments were made in between rounds by the respective coaches and their fighters as D-Stacks tries to get on the board first, but no score.
Still 4-2, minute 50 left. D-Stacks with the blitz. No call right there.
I hear our live stream audience is more enthusiastic than you guys out there. Let's hear it, Chicago!
Step in back fist by Cameron Dawson. Did it score? No call. Still 4-2.
Not enough. A minute 30 on the clock. Payne still leads 4-2.
As this fight gets later and later, the judges want to see clean techniques. They're not going to call something close. They want to see it land clearly so that they can be sure that they crown the proper champion.
Did you see that fade hook kick by Cameron Dawson? Sometimes you get an extra point for being in the air, which he was, but not in this tournament. 4-4 as D-Stack blitz. Has he blitzed in? Is he going to get that point? Yes. 5-4. He's going in and earning this. You notice he is not shying away from Cam at this point.
That is true. He does not fear Cam Dawson's counter-striking, which is feared by 99% of all fighters.
You know, we spoke of patience before, but we also have to attribute a lot of patience to Cameron Dawson's side. He knows he's down by a point. He knows exactly where he's at in the match. It's 42 seconds to go, and you don't see he's not panicking. And he ties it up right there.
D-Stack's trying to load up a huge body punch and show some power, but Cam got there first.
There was a kick. I think D-Stack, he scored, yes. 2-point kick, 20 seconds to go.
Momentum swings in D-Stacks' favor. A blitz, he's got a 3-point lead. 12 seconds remaining.
Let's see, we've got 9 seconds left. Did Stacks score again? 1 point goes to Cam. It's only 2 seconds to go. Too many points, not enough time, and D-Stacks executes a perfect round of vengeance, taking the Warrior Cup.
Darren Payne delivers. Cam Dawson, when everybody found out that he was competing, he was the odds-on favorite to come out of the heavyweight division and win the Warrior Cup. But Darren D-Stacks Payne steps up, he answers the call, and he claims the 2022 Men's Fighting Warrior Cup Championship as we see him share an embrace with Coach Jesse Ray.
Yeah, a lot of hard work there. Very patient. 2 rounds. Going 2 rounds with Cam Dawson is not easy. And you know what? You mentioned who's going to adjust better. Looks like Darren did his adjustment, as there is respect there between both gentlemen. That is fantastic. They embrace, no doubt. Cameron congratulating him. D-Stacks definitely appreciate it. You see the emotion on his face as he wins his first Warrior Cup.
And that's so special to see these 2 competitors embrace. You know, everybody in sport karate is friendly, but it's not often that you see 2 competitors step in the ring that are truly happy for each other's success. Cameron Dawson just lost a Warrior Cup final, and he is embracing the winner, Darren Payne, and showing his love and support, because there's a part of Cam that is proud of Darren Payne right now, and that is special.
That's true, and it's one of the things that Gerald always preached. You know, if you're going to beat me, I'm going to congratulate you. You know, you were the better man today. Don't worry, I'm going to get back in the dojo. I'm going to train again tomorrow. But for today, it's your day. Congratulations. There's a bow out. See the emotion on Darren's face. It's amazing. He is, that young man is very happy.
And Darren Payne now joins the ranks of so many, dozens of great men's fighters that have won the Warrior Cup. His name will now be remembered forever as a Warrior Cup champion.
And he's just getting started. This is a young man. I predict at least another few appearances here at the Warrior Cup, along with all those other cast characters from Next Level. I mean, you got Tyson Ray up and coming. You got James Poor, and you got Jesse Ray, the mastermind back there, you know, manipulating everything back there, getting these young guys ready for their next fight.
And one thing to keep in mind is that Tyson Ray, Darren Payne, and then some of the other young fighters that are dominating the sport right now, like Bailey Murphy, for example, they are not up and coming. They are not the future. They are the present. Darren Payne just won the Warrior Cup. He's no longer the future of the sport. He is the right now of this sport. These young fighters are taking over the sport, and that is so special to see. We're seeing a generational shift in point fighting, and we should all enjoy and appreciate that.
You know, the great thing about that is that there are a bunch of other young lions out there waiting. They see you up there, and they start licking their chops. They're like, you know what? You're going to make me famous, and I'm going to use you to do that. But that is the nature of the sport.
Absolutely, and what's so great is that all these young fighters are becoming the best in the game all at the same time. They're winning these major titles. They're trading back and forth with one another. You even look across the pond and you've got a great combatant like Elijah Everill down in the lightweights, Darren Payne a heavyweight, Tyson Ray's in the lightweights. I mean, lightweights in particular is deep regardless. That's vets, new guys, whatever, right? But to see the amount of talent that's in point fighting right now, we're going to be entertained for the next decade with these guys.
Absolutely so. And as you mentioned, there's talent abroad. You mentioned Elijah Everill. There's, I'm going to botch his name, Timothy, and I'm not even going to try it. Stratoroffice over in Germany. I mean, there's guys all over the map. And as soon as we get things open back up again, you know what? These guys can get down to battling again and seeing who is the best of the best.
And speaking of the best, we have the Team Synchronized Forms champions, Team Competitive Edge, featuring Dawson Holt on the left and Benjamin Jones, who you've seen earlier tonight with his weapons performance on the right. They choose to go no music here.
A little acapella action.
Full hyper twist in sync. One thing I love about when you see a creative or an extreme performance without any music is that you can hear and appreciate the power, just like we often get to do for traditional. These competitors that are doing extreme are very powerful as well, and you get to hear that as they move across the stage when they do an a cappella performance like that.
And let's welcome their teammates to the stage, the winners of the Team
Synchronized Weapons Division, Esteban Tremblay, and again, Benjamin Jones.
And now we will see something that is unprecedented. Ben Jones just pulled a U-turn and is back on stage. He was Dawson Holt's sync partner to win the Forms division, and he was Esteban Tremblay's sync partner to win the Weapons division.
Now hold on. I'm gonna need some paper to keep track of all this. This has got more twists and turns than some famous novels that are out there.
So Benjamin Jones is a jack of all trades, and I would argue maybe a master of all trades. And now he's back on stage again with a bow in his hand and showing off his endurance, getting back up here and running another form right after that. Now these are two guys that both train with me privately. And just as a coach, I'm going to say how proud I am of these two. The level that they have reached, I saw them competing against each other in divisions this weekend, and they are both at the top of their game. I mean, they're as good as I've ever seen either of them look. We will see multiple overall grand championships over the course of the season, won by the likes of Esteban Tremblay and Ben Jones.
You know, it is up to the youth to continue to pushing the levels in this. You know, you mentioned before you're training these guys. They've got to come up with their own individuality, create a moment for themselves so that people look up and say, hey, I want to be just like you. But then again, you know what? Someone may say, hey, I want to be better than you. That's a competitor.
Absolutely. And Esteban Tremblay had a little bit of a mistake there, but Mallory, I'll bet you $1 that Competitive Edge wins this one.
I don't know. That might not be a good bet to take.
I'll bet you $2 that Ben Jones wins this one.
I think Ben Jones has covered. This is a great play in roulette. You covered every square. I've never seen that before.
I was trying to think of if it's ever happened before. You know, I remember that Mark Canonizato and Kaylin Deschelle at one point, they had done form sync and then also did weapon sync together. I couldn't remember if they did it at the same tournament, which would mean that there are competitors before that have done both in the same evening. But I don't know that I've ever seen a competitor do it with two different sync partners from one division to the next.
He literally ran behind the stage and came out and competed again.
And if that ain't the truth, I don't know what is.
I mean, the smiles of the competitors, that was a special moment. They enjoyed that.
We got two of the great nicknames in sport karate on stage right now. So Benjamin the Truth Jones comes from him being, in my opinion, an underrated competitor. And the judges not always reflecting how good he is. And so his performances are the truth even when the judges are not. And then Dawson Holt, they call him Mr. Clean. He's not bald, but his technique is what makes him Mr. Clean. So two of the great nicknames in the sport. We see Esteban with the good sportsmanship bowing down to his teammates.
I mean, the guys are just having fun, and that's what this is all about, you know. To actually be able to pull something like that, you got to give credit to Ben Jones. Just pulling double duty back to back. That was impressive.
Absolutely. I mean, when you see a competitor that's able to flip the switch that quickly, not just the fact that he's able to do both, but to come off stage and then immediately come back on stage and just come out there and do it and execute it properly, that's very impressive.
Definitely well said.
And that will take us to the Junior Weapons Warrior Cup Final.
Avery Presley.
Avery Presley takes the stage. She has got her green bow and the black uniform, meaning that she's going to be doing a creative, musical, or extreme weapons performance. She's got the special pink Competitive Edge logo across her back.
You know, just thinking about the position that she's in with all of your older brothers being, you know, national champions and world champions, the amount of resources that you have at your fingertips, you know, would you have appreciated that if you had, you know, three older siblings that you could have leaned on when you were coming your way up in the ranks?
Oh, of course. I mean, it's a great benefit to be able to train with other world champions, especially when they're your brothers. And Avery is showing the benefits of that tonight. She's on fire to start this form. Backside 900, hook, cartwheel, flash kick. Going a little bit faster than she was in the overall grand. She's stepping it up for the Warrior Cup round. Will be interesting to see if she throws any upgraded tricks. I know she has some more up her sleeve. Comes down to if she feels like she needs to throw it or not.
And as you mentioned, sometimes that's a decision made on the fly, how you feel in the moment.
Nice manipulation there, coming across the chest into the stab, throws the bow back into the double swings. Double spin catch to the knee, and that will do it for Avery Presley. She goes out and sets the bar high with a strong performance.
Next up from Team Competitive Edge.
From San Antonio, Texas, let's welcome back Cody Molina.
We have the 5th consecutive Competitive Edge member to grace the stage as Miss Cody Molina brings out the commas I was a little bit interested to see what weapon she was going to opt for in this final round, but going for the Kamas in a division that has 3 other bow competitors between Avery Presley, Wasim Driddy, and Mason Bumba, switching it up with the Kamas might be a good strategic move here.
It definitely gives a different look, you know, for you know, the judges not seeing the same old thing. I think it's a good move by her.
We are dealing with some technical difficulties on stage as we adjust the mats. Hey, there's world champion Jacob Pinto fixing the mats.
Yeah, he's got a headset. It's unusual to see him that way. And that's also, you know, infamous Diamond Ring winner Nick Schneider out there giving a hand.
Nick didn't give us a wave like Jacob did.
Nah, Nick's bitter.
Jacob loves the spotlight, though. If we're lucky, he might do a Webster.
Just as you called it, he does it. You know, it's always great to see some of the competitors that have, you know, been here before. They're out here, they're helping. They've been here before. You know, they know what it takes. They know what it takes to produce a great show like this, and also what it takes to be a high-level competitor.
Absolutely, and that's a testament to how much we all love this sport, right? You and I, ex-competitors. I'm not necessarily an ex-competitor yet, but not competing as often as I used to, you know, helping out here in the booth, and all the other competitors that keep coming back to the sport to help out. It's a testament to how much we all love sport karate.
Definitely well said, and you know, it is very much a passion.
And without further ado, the Kama form of Cody Molina. Lots of intensity here early in Cody Molina's routine. She wants this bad. Representing the 13 and under division, that's always a little bit of an underdog to go win the Warrior Cup, having to compete against the 14 to 17 athletes.
But it can be done.
And has been done, and Cody Molina will try to be another competitor to do that here tonight. Finger rolls into the release, going into the aerial, hitting the split, mixing it up, all different kinds of techniques. Once again, look out for if she chooses to add in any upgrades. Are we going to see a new fold that wasn't in her overall routine? Double release combination into the 360.
Nice hook kick, round kick.
Cartwheel flash kick to the corner, and that means this is the home stretch. Cut combination, changing level, skip front kick, jump front kick. Look out for some releases coming up here at the end of the routine. First, she's gonna show off her signature kicking skills. Double finger rolls, arm trap. Oh, and just misses it as she tries to roll the Kama down the arm. Just barely misses. Does the Dre Rice signature thumb roll at the end. And although she dropped and took herself out of it, Cody Molina with an impressive routine.
That was very much intense and unfortunate at the end, that small stumble. That has got to be frustrating. You get 95% of the way, and you know, something unfortunate like that happens.
And that is the most difficult 5 seconds of the form. When you're right there at the end, you can taste it. You're so close to being done and giving yourself a chance at that Warrior Cup, and then it just barely slips through your fingers. Both of the times that I suffered DQs on the Warrior Cup stage, it was dropping on the last move. It's the hardest part of the form to pull off when you're doing a creative or an extreme weapons routine, but it makes it that much sweeter when you're able to make that catch. Now we have the traditional routine of Wasim Driddy.
Just taking a peek at some of the comments. Everyone watching, suffering also. No! Seeing her an unfortunate drop. The audience living and dying along with us.
I am impressed by Wasim's speed. I've not seen him until watching him in the finals here today, but he's explosive, he's intense, he knows how to use the ring well. He's got a lot of good intangibles for a young, budding, traditional bow competitor.
This is a young man. I first saw him on the virtual tour that we did last year during COVID, and you know, his dedication to the sport, to, you know, come out and try new things. It was very interesting to see, and a lot of these virtual athletes that came out, and actually now that real competition is coming back, coming out and to show those skills they honed at their house. I actually remember seeing him perform outside, in a mall, all different places. Wherever he can get the space, he would compete.
And that's what it takes to be great, to do whatever it takes to get out there and get your reps and get those, what I call pressure reps. When you're out there performing in front of people, that's one thing that a lot of these virtual tournaments was great for, was allowing these competitors to stay sharp, feeling some pressure, and Wasim Driddy is a product of that.
Definitely so. But there's Mason.
Mason Bumba, probably the favorite to win this division if he's able to pull off his routine. High level of difficulty. Let's see if he can nail it. Mason Bumba taking off in this routine. We see the releases early and often. Does the hand roll during the gainer. Looks like he has edited his performance a little bit. We'll see what strategy he goes with here. Still has the pass behind the back as he's doing that double leg. He still throws the big trick and goes for the butterfly twist while releasing the bow. Inverted catch on the vertical zero gravity, finishes with the Webster. Smart move, going with a little bit more conservative performance. He knows that right now he's not up against the same competition that he had in the overall Grand Championship, and now he gives himself a chance. He just has to hope that it's enough.
This is true, and that's where the experience comes in. You know, do I continue to push the gas? Do I, knowing that high risk, high reward, but sometimes you may need to go a little bit conservative in order to assure the victory.
We see the Warrior Cup brought out on stage once again as the competitors stand watching and hoping that those judges are putting the right numbers in with their name.
And those numbers are coming in right here. You guys can't see them. We can. But let's see how this all plays out for these four wonderful competitors.
Absolutely. And that's the great thing about watching these Junior Warrior Cup finals, is that everybody up here is already a winner. At any other tournament, they would have already made it to their overall Grand Championship, and that's typically the highest honor that you can achieve. So every competitor that you're seeing in these Junior Warrior Cup rounds, they're already champions, and they're going to continue to be crowned champions over the course of the season as they continue their hard work. The Warrior Cup is a special moment where a champion of champions is crowned.
Very well said. From someone who's got a bunch of Warrior Cups,
Well, thank you. I wasn't thinking about it that way, but I'll take the compliment.
Looks like we're doing some fancy mathematics work here. We're going to see how this all plays out. Looks like we got our first score up on the screen.
49.89.
So as you just saw, a 49.89 for Avery Presley. Leaves the door open.
49.75.
That's a reduced score due to the drop.
Score for Wasim Driddy. 49.86.
And a score in the 49.8s means that Mason Bumba, in all likelihood, is about to be crowned champion.
Let's see if that actually happens. And that is the case.
Warrior Cup winner.
Mason Bumba goes back to back. He is the 2022 Warrior Cup champion. Wins before the start of the pandemic. Pandemic happens. Doesn't matter to Mason Bumba. He comes back and wins another Warrior Cup championship.
And like you said, although some time has passed, it's still back to back.
Mason Bumba will have a short trip home with his Warrior Cup, as he is a native here in Chicago. Must be nice to just drive your Warrior Cup home.
Yeah, just throw it in the back of the car. Maybe leave your kid brother here at the hotel to hang out for a couple hours. Take the Warrior Cup home, come back up, pick up the kid brother. Who knows? Maybe they got a big SUV.
He does have a baby sister, so that's pretty close.
I'm not recommending that. Don't send CPA after me. Please don't.
And so the Masons of Top 10 Team USA both coming home with Warrior Cups. Mason Stowell and Mason Bumba, the dynamic duo of Masons. Can we get a better nickname for that? A Mason-based pun to name the Mason twins?
You know what? I'm trying to think of something, but it's a good day to be a Mason,
So in the comments on social media, what are some good names for that dynamic duo of Mason Stowell and Mason Mumba? M&M's.
You know what?
M&M's. Top 10 USA, you got to market that. M&M's, come on.
Start. You know, we'll see. We'll see what they come up with. You know, maybe you know, the collectiveness of everyone out there. We'll see what they come up with. Once again, the internet is undefeated. We very well may have gold on our hands.
And as you can probably hear over the on-site announcement, it is time for the men's weapons Warrior Cup final. Jake Presley taking the stage. In my opinion, this is Jake's strongest performance. He is a great CMX competitor. He is even better when it comes to traditional. He's one of the few competitors that's able to consistently defeat CMX opponents with his traditional routine. Intensity, power, performance, you will see it all on display here.
Let's go, Jay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it.
And this is part of the strategy. He's taking a long time to get started. He wants to make sure that every person in this room is focused on him. He does an incredible job of transforming when he runs this routine. He's no longer just Jake. He becomes a different person. There's anger, there's aggression. It looks like he is fighting somebody when he runs this form.
You can see, almost see the opponents that unfortunately decided to cross his path that day.
Little Mike Bernardo inspired, what we call a monkey hop. And then the huge jump with the intense landing.
An additional stop just to let him know choosing violence today was a bad decision.
I think he got that guy.
I think he got him too.
Almost to the end here. He's got a couple more transitions to do. Big stomp as he steps into the cross stance. Beautiful horse stance as he hits the parallel strike. One more combo should do it. Balance move into the jump. Strong landing right in front of the judges and the big finish. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Team Paul Mitchell's Jake Presley.
As you mentioned, that was super impressive. Just coming out, commanding the room, setting the pace, setting the tone. Let's see how the other competitors respond.
And Jake has been here before, a two-time Warrior Cup champion, going for his third Warrior Cup title and his first as an adult.
But first,
and a little extra ki from Jake as he exits the stage. I think that means he liked it.
I think he liked it a lot.
And now we have the Team AKA representative, the Lady Warrior Solange Olivier. You hear the AKA faithful in the crowd here in Chicago.
Yes, this is definitely off camera, but directly to her back, there are about, I'd say, 25 to 30 people on the other end of the stage just cheering her all around, showing her support, you know, giving her that energy.
And really, that provides a competitive advantage for a competitor on Team AKA. I can remember many times in the Warrior Cup finals where I've had AKA opponents up against me, and them having that giant cheering section right next to the stage. That's something that a competitor's got to deal with, because they are silent if you do not wear AKA on your back.
This is, and you know, and it could sway the judges a little bit. Just a slight advantage you have at the home field.
Now, the other thing we have to consider is the pressure that she's probably feeling. When there comes a crowd, there comes pressure. So many people want to see you succeed, and as the competitor, you've got to be able to deliver. You know all those people want to see you do well, and you've got to step up and show that you can.
There's a saying that goes, no pressure, no diamonds.
choreographed beats at the beginning. Again, with a CMX performance, look out for any potential upgrades that she might throw. Double hand rolls as she gives a little bit of fancy footwork going into the trick combo. We've got a butterfly kick and another butterfly kick back to back. More hand rolls into the release, makes a little save on that release catch, able to reel it in. Skip front kick to the jump front kick, turning around. Late goings of this form. Another skip front kick, now goes for the split, drops into the split. And Solange Olivier delivers. She is able to pull off the form. The only question is, will it be enough? We are 2 forms in and 2 hits. Jake Presley, Solange Olivier both did what they intended to do.
And now from Team KCOZ, let's welcome back Samuel Diaz III.
Samuel Diaz III, our senior representative, making his way back to the stage. This time he will be performing a traditional kama routine, a weapon that we don't see very often in the traditional division. The most common ones on the tour are the bow and the sword from the traditional divisions, so it's a breath of fresh air to see some kama on the stage.
You know, it adds a bit of a different, different flair. You get some difference up here. You don't always have to see one particular style or one particular weapon all the time. You're going to see some difference here, and, the judges, I think they like that too.
And I love this style of kamas, seeing the traditional grip down low on the kamas. He hits the beautiful stances to go with it, and he's got power when he cuts.
And he's definitely illustrated that you don't want to be on the end of those blades. It shows the low stances, finishing that opponent right there.
And seeing that traditional kama reminds me of a certain someone, the greatest of all time, the late, great Kevin Thompson. Kevin Thompson in his traditional kama form. He also did some creative ones with it, but he would have that grip on the kamas and he would cut with that kind of tenacity. And it's good to see a little bit of that on stage.
Definitely so. Definitely carrying on in the footsteps of the great K. That man, well, first he did everything, but everything he did with intensity.
Speaking of intensity, Sam Diaz showing the emotion in the yells.
You may notice there's no music, but he is slowly pulling the audience in with that intensity. He is taking them on the journey of this kata.
Oh, spinning side kick, showing off the balance. Very difficult technique for a traditional routine there. And based on the kata name that he yelled at the end there, I think that was a version of Gankaku, which is a Japanese kata known for its kicking, known for the spinning side kicks and showing off the balance. And so that makes sense that was a kama version of that kata.
And here we are.
Rashad Eugene, the Black Mamba, takes the stage again, getting comfortable, pacing back and forth. We see 2 bows in his hands, sticking with the same plan that won him the overall grand championship.
It's been great to watch his rise, constantly seeing him compete. He had gotten 2nd place, 3rd place, and then he broke through. And now he continues to rise. This is going to be exciting.
And with the intensity just between Jake Presley's traditional bow form and now having Rashad Eugene on stage, who's known for his intensity, this room just might explode.
It is a great bookend to begin with Jake and to end with Rashad. Let's see how this plays out.
Showing off the speed, off to a strong start. Here come the tricks. Version of a Magneto there as he pulled one bow back towards the other. Throws one to the leg and then taps with the other bow, making the catch.
I mean, just the creativity that he has. He's been known to use many things during his weapons form. I don't know where he gets all these creative juices. Maybe it's the 6 a.m. practices. Maybe it's having a practice when there's nobody around, going to the dojo late at night. But he is showing out everything right here. He's coming after that cup.
Above all else, it's the love of the game. And he just shouted out something right there as he did that stab. I wish we were close enough to hear that. Oh, and he has a little bobble.
He shakes it off, continues to go. Looked like the edge of the bow caught, perhaps, and as we say.
And then suffers the drop. And he does the push-ups. As you should always do when you drop. I think Rashad might be remembering a few years ago when I suffered a drop at the Warrior Cup and dropped down and gave some push-ups. So I love to see that. Man, you never want to see somebody go out, but if they are going to go out, do it like Rashad Eugene. Handle it with grace, laugh it off, show the kids that you should do some push-ups when you drop, and take it from there.
Hey, push-ups are good for you. You know, while we had that informal poll, while our competitors come back there, here were some good names we had for the Mason poll. M squared, Mason Basin, Mason squared, the Mason Basin. Let's see, I think there was one or two more. Master Masons, the Mason Basin. I mean, they were so, I told you that they would come up with some good tech, get some good names here.
I love it. That is awesome. All right, so now it is down to 3 with Rashad Eugene taking himself out of that one with the drop. We have Solange Olivier, the Lady Warrior and the Team AKA representative. We have the 2 traditionalists, Jake Presley, Sam Diaz. Sam Diaz once again representing the more experienced division. We're going to get scores for Jake.
What about Sam Diaz being a dark horse here and coming and stealing this thing? That kind of was definitely intense.
It could happen.
49.95.
But we see 49.95 for Jake Presley. That is 9.99s across the board. Somebody's going to need 10s if they're going to upset Jake.
10s are hard to come by these days. Respectable score for Solange.
And this will tell us everything.
With a 49.89.
And that confirms it. Jake Presley will be the 2022 Warrior Cup champion. He did it as a junior. Now he's doing it as an adult. And he will be crowned Warrior Cup champion once again.
All right. He's a 4-time Warrior Cup winner.
Excuse me, I might have missed one of Jake's Warrior Cups.
Let's give it up for Jake Presley.
Well, he's on his way. He is definitely on his way to try to get, in terms of this grand total of Warrior Cup winnings.
Absolutely.
That's how you do it.
We gotta fact check those numbers because I thought I kept up with Jake's Warrior Cups pretty well. But anyway, no matter what, Jake has won a bunch of Warrior Cups. Let's put it that way.
That's true. And as a junior and now as an adult. Welcome to the adult division, Jake Presley.
Absolutely. And that's hard to do. It's hard when you make that transition from the junior division where you've established yourself and then you jump up into the adult division. That is a difficult transition to make. And so to prove that you can win in the adult division by coming to the AK Warrior Cup and securing a win, that's a big deal. Jake moved up into the adult division during the pandemic and really didn't get to have that arriving moment in the adult division. We saw him on stage at the U.S. Open, but this is Jake Presley making his presence known as an adult competitor for sure.
Well, let's review. What have we learned? What do we see here tonight at the 2022 AKA Warrior Cup? Let's go back and think about some of those moments.
Well, I think the most important thing that we saw with regard to forms and weapons was the fact that anybody can win. Regardless of your style, whether you do traditional weapons or forms, whether you do the extreme stuff, there is an equal opportunity for anybody that comes on that stage to be able to go all the way and win a Warrior Cup. We saw Jake win it with traditional, we saw Mason Stoll win it with traditional, and we saw some extreme competitors win it as well. And so it's a true testament to the diversity that you can see in sport karate.
Well, definitely, guys, we definitely want to thank you. This concludes our Warrior Cup Championships. We wanted to thank everyone that's out there for the live stream. Thank you for being with us. We certainly appreciate you guys being on our journey. We thank you for participating with us during our live stream.
And we also want to take a minute to acknowledge and thank Black Belt Magazine, SportMartialArts.com, and Matt Action. We also want to thank tonight's presenters and the athletes for an incredible show. Mallory, this has been an absolute pleasure. Always enjoy sharing the booth with you. And that will be it for the 2022 AKA Warrior Cup live stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in. If you want to spread sport karate to more people, hit that share button. Hit that share button, share this with the world.
And on behalf of the American Karate Association and Vice President, I'm sorry, I need my glasses. It's a little bit hard to see that. I need a little bit bigger. Cue me in. Director is John Sharkey, and of course, Hunter Lyon. We thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you next at the Compete Nationals. We'll see you soon.